Claret and Moritz Kinzel, revisiting early Neolithic Göbekli Tepe. And this will be a recorded presentation because they're both on fieldwork actually at Göbekli. So with a slightly not so good internet connection, but I think Moritz is here and will be able to answer some questions if there are any.
Yeah, both, I think.
Bye.
Bye. Muted.
I think there's a problem with sound. Tobias, do you hear any sound?
Okay, thank you.
Hello and good morning from Schandorfer. As Moritz and I are currently in the field at Göbekli Tepe, we thought it best to send you a recording of our presentation because, our internet is a little bit shaky, and for that reason, it's probably best this way. But we hope to be with you in a few moments for the questions and discussion. So our title today, Revisiting Early Neolithic Göbekli Tepe. The site doesn't really need any introduction itself, but as many of you probably know, in the past few years, we've had some new insights from the site, from some recent field work and re-evaluation of earlier results from the site. And we want to share these with you again today in this short presentation. So, as I said, not much of an introduction is needed. The site itself lies, of course, in southeastern Turkey, not far from the Syrian border. You can see here the site itself in the so-called Germush Mountains, which are flanking to the northern side of the Haran Plain, and to the west we have the Fatuk Dağları, and in the east the Tek Tek Mountains. The site itself is not just, of course, known for its archaeology, but also for its really quite stunning natural beauty. You can see here a few shots from the top of the site, looking south here at the bottom towards the Haran Plain, here to the east towards the Kajadar Mountain, and to the north towards the eastern Taurus. The excavation has been running, of course, since 1995. Here an aerial view of the site before the construction of the new shelters, which we'll come to in just a few moments' time. A little bit of background, of course, is essential because, of course, most of the work, in fact, from 1995 to 2014 was undertaken by Harald Hauptmann and, of course, mainly by Klaus Schmidt. But the site itself was actually discovered in the 1960s, early 1960s, in the frame of the Istanbul University of Istanbul and the Oriental Institute survey in the region. It was then more or less forgotten for a while until Klaus Schmidt and Hauptmann, of course, returned in the mid-1990s. And you can see at the bottom here the most important milestones of the research history of the site, including 2018, the UNESCO inscription. Regarding UNESCO inscription, one of the key developments at the site prior to inscription was the construction of two permanent shelters, also known as GT1, which you can see here at the main excavation area, and GT2, which was constructed over the northwestern part of the site. These were constructed between 2017 and 18, and the site was closed to the public over that period. And there were, of course, numerous challenges that we faced in that time, including the protection of the structures of the archaeology, but also the excavation of deep soundings or sondages for the legs of the structures, which you can see here coming down in the case of GT1. These works were actually started a lot earlier by Klaus Schmidt, but we continued them so that in 2017 the construction of these permanent shelters could actually start. The sondages revealed many new insights into the site because, of course, the foundations were drilled into the limestone plateau. And of course, before they could drill, we had to remove all archaeology, all deposits. This is the northwestern part of the site, the area that I mentioned earlier where GT2 now stands. You can see it here on the aerial photo from 2011. Here are the excavation areas, the trenches, vertical view, and we can see here that Klaus Schmidt actually also discovered building H in this area, but here are the 5 sondages and another trench here, the drainage channel trench, which was actually excavated for a drainage pipe, obviously, to drain the water from the new shelter construction. We're going to actually turn now to some, significant results from these sondages, which have actually changed how we see the site at present. Previously, as you recall, the site was considered very much a ritual site, and there was very little evidence for domestic activity. And it's in these 2 areas, area 5 here, the 5th sondage, in trenches K10, 13, 23, and also in DR2, where we actually find then now indications for domestic activity. Here is then the area that I just showed you, number 5. You can see here a series of round PPNA structures and features, and quite surprising here, actually a series of hearths in this area in an activity zone, which was also found to contain a very high density of bone tools and also good indications for bead production. We have the entire chaîne opératoire from bead production in this area. Now, in DR2, which is not far from the K10, 13, 23 trenches, which would be just over the top of the ridge here, you can see here the trench for the drainage channel, which then the drainage pipes now comes down off the roof and down the slope. And here in this trench, we did find further evidence for round oval structures, a total of 8 architectural structures and buildings of different sizes. Of course, we were hampered somewhat by the limited area of excavations, but we could see also that the buildings were sharing walls. There's evidence of multi-phase building and destruction events. The foundations were just above the bedrock on a foundation of fist-sized stones. And there is also, again, evidence for hearths or a hearth and installations and middens in this area. So totally new results for us, which were quite surprising at the time. Let's also now turn to the main focus, or what has been the main focus of the site in the past 20 odd years, and that's of course the monumental buildings, the special buildings. We've also been doing work on those too in the past 5 or so years. Here you can see a series of new radiocarbon ages or samples and dates which we've taken from building D. And on the left hand side you can see the calibrated data. What is surprising of course, is that we have some very young dates. Now, these dates or the samples were actually taken from the walls of the building, let's say from the mortar, whereas previously they were actually taken from the fill. Now, the advantage, of course, that if we take it from the mortar, we can perhaps better date, we think we can better date the structures themselves and the construction time. And as you can see, these data actually span from the PPNA, which we were expecting, but actually go right into the early PPNB, as you can see here. It can also be noted that the younger dates are actually on the western side of the structure, whereas the older dates are actually on the eastern side. And that has to do also with the phases of this building. You can see here that originally the building was very large, it's this darker blue color. Then within that was constructed a smaller building, and within that another building, and that is then we have at least 3 phases in building D, as you can see here. And that could be linked, of course, to rebuilding work in the western part of the site where the PPMB dates are, which isn't actually visible or wasn't actually undertaken in the eastern part of the building. The same is also valid for building B, which you can see again, we have an older, larger building, followed by a little bit smaller second building, and within that, the latest building phase, which of course is the smallest building. And that obviously leads us to some consequences. We have here the old phraseology according to Klaus Schmidt from 2012. You can see here he identified 3 different layers, layer 1 being the topsoil, layer 2 being the early PPNB, and layer 3 being the special buildings. But now, of course, we know that the special buildings actually overlap with the rectangular EPPNB buildings. So these buildings, the special buildings, were long-lived structures which may have been in use for centuries, in fact. And on the right-hand side, you can see, based on our radiocarbon data and on building archaeological data, our phraseology at present, which is, of course, work in progress. But you can see here how complex it's become. And obviously, it's something that we're continuing to work on. And further results will be coming in due course. So watch this space. Another insight, which is really important, is, of course, the foundation, or the underlying bedrock at the site. Previously, it was very much thought that the mound itself, which is up to 15 meters in height from the plateau, that perhaps it was all archaeological deposits. We now know that underlying, because of the sondages we could actually test and measure the elevation of the underlying bedrock, and we now know that there are actually steps in the bedrock at the site. So actually the special buildings A, B, C, and D in the main excavation area are much lower, obviously, than the PPMB, the rectangular buildings on the slope, but that's also to do with this underlying bedrock steps, which you can see here. Now, knowing that the PPMB buildings overlapped with the special buildings and monumental buildings, we can approach the question as to why or how the buildings became filled. Previously, of course, it was postulated that the buildings were richly interred, richly buried at the end of their life cycles. Now we are beginning to realize, I mentioned just now that when speaking about building D, that the western side of the building seems to have been repaired or strengthened in the early PPNB, and that's to do with the slope pressure, because of course, we've got lots of building activity on the slopes. The monumental buildings are further down in a dip, and of course, over the course of time, the inhabitants were having problems with the slope pressure, and there were obviously, as we now know, there were erosion events, collapse events, slope slide events, which led to the inundation of the monumental buildings. So all of these structures, or the structures on the edge of the slope you can see here, would have actually slipped in and filled the monumental buildings lower down. It's a question of gravity, really. On the left-hand side here, you can see latest results from our studies of these PPMB buildings. Here are very typical, you could say, a new building type that we've defined, or that Moritz has defined in the course of the last few years. And a lot of these buildings of the same type can be found all around, surrounding the monumental buildings, so found all the way around the slopes. They're characterized more or less by a bench with 1 or 2 T-pillars, and there is a niche here in the corner that's quite characteristic. The entrance to these lower levels would have been probably via the so-called portal stones, and there is occasional evidence also that there was possibly an upper story to these structures. So what we're actually seeing here is the cellars, as it were, of these buildings. So with this new information in the background now, we have to sort of perhaps think about the broader context. And to do that, I've looked at the radiocarbon dates available for the sites in the region. So southeastern Anatolia, Upper Mesopotamia, and you can see here the available data for the T-pillar sites at the top. And then we have the Upper Euphrates sites from South Shanur region, but also from the northern Syrian northern Syrian sites, and down here the Tigris region, and at the bottom northern Iraq. Now it all looks perhaps not so clear here, but if we plot these sites onto maps, as I've done here, we can see the development through time. So the diachronic change in the occupation of the different areas. So here in the east, we have the Tigris River Valley. Here we have the Euphrates with the northern Syrian sites, and here, of course, the Orpha region and the upper Euphrates. So this is a situation in the Younger Dryas. We have, sporadic occupation evidence in all parts of northern Syria, in the Orpha region, and along the Tigris. If we proceed now to the PPNA period, we see an increase in the number of sites and settlement density, especially in the Tigris, but also here along the Euphrates in northern Syria. And the big change comes actually in the EPPNB, in the early PPNB, when we see actually by this time, and this happens in the PPNA, in the late PPNA, we have the disappearance of a lot of sites along the Tigris and also along the Euphrates. Or sites in decline. It happens in the northern Syrian part, apparently a little bit later than in the Tigris, but we have this really increase in the number of sites in the Orpha region, and many of these sites are actually T-pillar sites known from service survey undertaken by Bahatin Çelik, but which meanwhile are subject of excavations, for example, at Habet Suvan Tepesi and Karahan Tepe here in the Tek Mountains, but also in the west at sites like Ayana Huyuk, where excavations also just started. It would appear that many of these sites, or most of these sites, are actually early PPNB in date. So it appears that there is an abandonment, as it were, of the Tigris and the northern Syrian part of the region, of the study region, and here we have this increase in activity. This would also explain, of course, why we would have, or why we find no T-pillars of the Göbekli Tepe type in the Tigris region, because as it may now appears, the T-pillars could actually be a bit of a later development, because in the very early phases of the buildings, for example, D and B, there's no real evidence yet that T-pillars were actually being incorporated into the buildings, but appeared to sort of appear in the early or late PPNA and early PPNB. So that could also, is a parallel development here with the occupation or the intensity or intensification of occupation in Orpha and the appearance of the T-pillars. So here, sort of a summary of what I've just explained. So there comes a question, and this is very hypothetical, and it's something that we're looking at in more detail at the moment, was there actually a crisis at the PPNA, early PPNB transition that led to this, this trend that we're seeing here? So what would account for the decrease in settlement activity if taken at face value? Of course, there may be other sites that have not yet been discovered, or sites where we're still waiting to find out whether there was a PPNA or early PPNB occupation in the Tigris region in northern Syria. Why is there an apparent increase in the sites in the Orpha region in the early PPNB? And of course, we have the fact that the appearance of T-pillars at sites in the Orpha region might coincide with this increase in settlement activity. We've been thinking about this quite a bit, and because we don't find, or because at the end of the early PPNB into the middle PPNB, these special buildings disappear and are not found anywhere, in fact, and very much the ritual goes into the domestic. It could be that we're actually seeing a last and final sort of pinnacle of hunter-gatherer traditions. So, these depictions we're seeing on the T-pillars, they could in fact be a way in which the hunter-gatherer societies were trying to, keep their traditions alive in the face of encroaching Neolithization. We shouldn't forget also that Göbekli Tepe, we still have no indications of domesticated animals or plants. So the question is, were they actively trying to avoid domesticated species? These are all the questions which are arising. I mean, I haven't got any answers at the moment, but I think this is something that we need to consider in our future investigations. I think I'm running short of time, so I'd like to thank you again for the opportunity. Moritz and I would like to thank you, and of course we'd like to thank you for listening, but also we have a number of people and institutions we also need to thank, and of course the entire excavation and research team, and we look forward to your questions and your discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lee and Moritz, you're both there. Hello. For your for your talk. Are there any quick questions on Lee and Moritz's presentation? You can raise your hand or you can post them in the chat.
Just
Go
okay.
ahead, Hoja.
Thank you very much. It's not
Yes, I can hear you.
okay. Based on your new excavation, we see a combination of the non-domestic, as it was already known from the site, and recently domestic building through your sequence. Is there any diachronic change or just you see in this regard at the site?
That would be round or rectangular, I suppose.
Yeah.
Do you want to answer that?
I think there's in general the pattern stays from the beginning. So the round structures from the PPNA houses or structures are actually inserted, overlapping, and creating a quite complex system in the architectural stratigraphy that is not easy to read. But I think there's a continuous way of seeing domestic structures. There's a possibility that we have a shifting of settlement, I would say, focus on the site, so that it's not all the time the entire site occupied. And as we know also from other settlements, so a shifting center somehow on the site.
Okay, there's a question from Wendy Matthews here in the chat. And she's asking, is there any evidence for middens at the site? I remember some ashy areas walking over the mount years ago. Thank you for a wonderful talk and all the best wishes for the field season.
Me? Yeah. Yeah, we have definitely evidence for middens. So I just moved master. We have evidence for middens in these new trenches, for example. We just mentioned the drainage channel in GT2. There we definitely have evidence for middens. Previously, of course, it was the actual absence of midden deposits which was sort of used as a reason that we didn't have any domestic activity at the site. But of course, now, thanks to these deep sondages, we do have these middens appearing. And they are filled with animal bones and lithics, as the entire site actually, but we do have dedicated areas being used as middens, at least in the PPNA.
Thank you. Okay, we have Kevin has a question in the chat, and then Eleni, and after that, I think we're going to move on to the next speaker. So Kevin is asking, do you have any thoughts on the rectangular buildings and suggested link to property ownership or expansion as discussed yesterday?
This is a tricky question because the problem at the moment is that we actually cannot define which spaces belong to a house or a building. At the moment, they're just spaces. They are not really interconnected, so it's also hard to say who owns what or kind of who is in ownership. So it is still a bit of a struggle of identifying actually building units in this sense.
Great, thank you. Eleni, you want to ask your question?
Hi guys, I hope you're doing well.
Yeah.
And you're more awake than I am here in Liverpool. We are still a few hours earlier than you. I found your suggestions very interesting. I have two very short questions. Do you have any dates yet? Actual radiocarbon dates from these round structures that you have uncovered in 2017?
We have PPNA, we have data from overlying deposits in K10 1323, but we have samples that haven't been processed yet from the newly discovered structures. But the overlying samples have been dated and they are all PPNA in date. So we're actually looking, yeah.
And actually from drainage 2 or this drainage channel 2, we have also PPNA dates from the buildings or from the midden there.
Fantastic. The second thing I would like to mention, I saw your reconstruction or suggested sort of abandonment of the Tigris sites in the Tigris Basin during the early PPNB. But you're probably aware, although they were recently published, that we have dates for the early PPNB from limited exposures at Güsir Huyuk. And one of actually the serial remains we have discovered from there. And I found that extremely interesting vis-a-vis your reconstruction of the continuous use of large circular buildings from Göbekli. There seems to be a parallel there with Güsir, because all our serial directly dated remains have come from a similar structure excavated in a limited exposure of the site. So I think perhaps to suggest that there was altogether an abandonment of the Tigris Basin during the early PPNB might be a bit of an overstatement, that we still lack dates from a lot of these sites. The problem, of course, with Güsir is that it was a salvage excavation, therefore, and the early PPNB deposits were very limited at the site, those that were excavated. So maybe you want to keep that as a possibility there.
I mean, there are new data, I think, from Chemka Huyuk. There are a few sites now coming up with PPNB data. In fact, even into middle PPNB as well. So, I mean, this is a changing picture. And we have our eye on it. I mean, but there definitely was change in the Tigris region. I think that would be correct to say in the course of the PPNA towards the early PPNB, there is a certain discontinuity at some sites with some abandonment. But obviously the region as it's in total, I think, there was certainly continuity there, and we're seeing that now at those new sites. So perhaps it was a little bit sort of a bit of an overstatement. But we want the discussion. That's all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much again, Moritz and Lee, and
thank you for having us.
With your excavations. It's my pleasure now to introduce the next speaker, Professor Yatuka Miyake from the University of Tsukuba. We'll be speaking about the earliest sedentary settlement in the Upper Tigris, Hasankeyf Huyuk, and its significance. Thank you.
Good morning from Japan. Actually, I should say good afternoon. But in this paper, I will talk about food storage in early Neolithic of the Upper Tigris Valley, Southeast Anatolia, mainly based on the evidence from Hasankeyf Huyuk, at which we have been excavated since 2011. Additionally, I'd also like to discuss the social organization of the early Neolithic communities in connection with food storing behavior. The issue of food storage is generally approached from two different perspectives. First, an ecological approach from the point of view of subsistence economies or the way of adaptation to specific environment. In this perspective, food storage is often viewed as measures to cope with the fluctuations of food resources or risk reduction activities for the seasons and years of food shortages. However, food storing is not confined to the procurement of foods, but also associated with the processing of foodstuff, which also needs large-scale labor investment in proportion to the amount of stored foods. Second approach is to focus on the societal role of the food storage. In his seminal paper, Alan Tester argued that food storage was closely related to sedentism, population density, and socioeconomic inequalities. In particular, he emphasizes its links to inequalities, taking Native American societies in the Northwest Coast as an example, which are now often referred to as complex hunter-gatherers in literature. The significant point of his argument is that food storage may have major profound impact on the societies than the transition to farming has. Thus, the significance of food storage and its possible links to surplus and socioeconomic inequalities have been well recognized and debated among scholars. However, archaeological investigation on this issue, based on empirical evidence, remain inactive. This may be partly because of the invisibility and vagueness of storage facilities in archaeological context. Ethnographic records illustrate that food storage are practiced in various ways and at different locations, from being stored in containers, specifically functioned rooms, underground pits, silos, raised caches to elevated granaries, or from inside the house, outside the house within settlement, to off-site facilities away from residential areas. These storage facilities are not necessarily well visible in archaeological context. For example, raised caches or elevated granaries leave only post holes, and off-site storage facilities are hardly detectable. Accordingly, we should be cautious about that existing archaeological data do not necessarily reflect the entire picture of storage behavior of that period. In this sense, underground pits are exceptional, which are readily visible, and in fact, of many were found during excavations. As to the underground storage pits, however, possibly as well as other storage facilities, it is not straightforward to verify their original functions, whether they were certainly used for storage purposes or not. In most cases, pits were filled with dumped materials after their abandonment, and no reliable evidence as to their original functions were left. At early Neolithic sites in the Upper Tigris Valley, including Hassan Cave Hoyuk, a sizable number of possible storage pits are found. We are aware of that. Present evidence in our hands is no more than circumstantial, but I think it is worth tackling the issue of food storage in the period of transition from foraging to farming. Hassan Cave Hoyuk is an early Atheramic Neolithic settlement located in the Upper Tigris Valley. Radiocarbon dates indicate that the settlement was mainly occupied during the second half of the 10th millennium calibrated BC, and probably continued to settle into the early 9th millennium. Thick cultural deposits exceeding 9 meters and densely laid out solid architectures with stone walls indicate that the site was occupied by less mobile group. Botanical and faunal remains recovered from the site illustrate that the inhabitants of the site were principally hunter-fisher-gatherers. Based on the aspects and changes in architectural features, at least two Neolithic occupational phases are recognized. Phase 1, earlier phase with round structures, and phase 2, later phase with rectangular structures. Although structural plans shifted from round to rectangular toward the end of the occupation, their construction techniques and processes remained unchanged throughout the Neolithic occupation. The architecture of phase 2, or rectangular subterranean buildings with rounded corners, were found at the highest level of the mound and were sporadically laid out, which is probably due to erosion. So, here I will focus on the phase 1, which gives us clearer picture of the settlement structure. In phase 1, 3 types of structure were identified, and all of them are round in principle and subterranean structures. The first type is the largest one with a diameter of about 7 to 8 meters. A series of larger structures was found, one on top of the other. One of these structures has a platform or raised floor with a stone paved base covered with thick mud plaster. Another one has a lime plaster coating on the interior surface of the wall. These architectural features and their larger sizes may indicate that these buildings had a special function or functions. The second type is evidently smaller than the first one. The diameters of these structures generally range from 4 meters to 5 meters. The inner walls are reinforced with courses of limestone cobbles, which were carefully arranged and held in place by clay mortar. The interior surface of the stone walls were coated with thick mud plaster, consisting of the same material used for the mortar. A large number of animal bones and burnt stones, which seem to have been dumped after the building were abandoned, were recovered from the field of the structures. Their ubiquitous occurrence and grinding stones found in situ on the floors of these structures suggest that the buildings were used as domestic dwellings. These round subterranean buildings are densely laid out and often adjacent to each other. More than 30 such structures have been uncovered at different levels. Geophysical prospectations reveal that there are many more round structures that seem to be distributed in the same manner as in the area already exposed, at least around the upper central part of the mound. Smaller pit-like structures mostly range from about 2 meters to 3 meters in diameter. The largest one so far has a diameter of 3.6 meters, and the example reaching 4 meters is not attested. Although the depth of the pit varies from structure to structure, a well-preserved one attains a depth of 1 meters, suggesting that the estimated capacity of these pits is rather high. The configurations of pits are generally round or elliptic, but ones with distorted or rectilinear walls are also seen. Nearly rectangular shaped ones tempt us to assume that they belong to later phase, or phase 2, with rectangular structures. But for the time being, however, there is no substantial clue to verify this assumption. so it remains as mere speculation. The structures usually have stone-paved floors covered with thick mud plaster. Various size stones, from small cobbles to large slabs, were neatly and densely placed. When these structures are well preserved, one can identify thick mud plaster covering on them, and indicating that these stone pavements are the foundation of the floors rather than the floor surface itself. The pit walls are also covered with thick mud plaster, or more precisely, the mud plaster make up the wall in itself. In some cases, cobblestones are sporadically placed within the wall, probably to increase the intensity of the walls. Although only one example is known so far, a row of small holes, you can see the slide on the right, possibly the traces of decayed wooden rods were found within the wall. This must be another technique to reinforce the wall. These elaborate structures of the floors and walls may have provided effective protection against soil dampness. At the time of their abandonment, these pits were deliberately backfilled with clean yellowish-brown clay, leaving no tangible clues as to their original functions. However, their size differences, specific features such as stone-paved floor, and the way they are dealt with, intentional backfilling, suggest that these pit-like structures had functions that were different from the domestic houses, from which it can be assumed that these pits were used as storage facilities. These pits were commonly found in the open spaces between the round subterranean residential buildings. Their close proximities may indicate that these storage facilities were tightly connected to each residential buildings or household. The proportion of both structures may be suggestive in this matter. The number of larger residential structures so far found is 30, and the smaller pits is 41. If we count whole renovation and rebuilding sequence on the same spot as counted as one. Each house has at least one storage pit at a rough estimate. On the other hand, in one square, 9 storage pits were found in an exposed area of 9 meters by 9 meters, devoid of any residential building. This situation tempts us to assume that this sector was dedicated for communal storage, but it is too soon to draw any conclusion without knowing the situation of surrounding squares. The similar structures were commonly found at other early Neolithic sites in the upper Tigris Valley, such as Halanchemi, Celtic Tepe, and Bonjukru Tala. The common features of these structures are relatively small compared with other residential buildings, and to have stone pavements in the base. Their common occurrence indicate that storage facilities were one of the essential components of the settlement, and that food storage behavior had significant meaning in the communities of the Upper Tigris during the second half of the 10th millennium calibrated BC. As already mentioned, the underground pits recovered from Hassan Cave Koyuk were deliberately backfilled with clean yellowish brown clay, Accordingly, very few archaeological materials were left in the pit, so which prevents us from examining the original contents of the pit. As a substitute for them, botanical and faunal remains recovered from the site gives us some hints about what was being stored in these facilities. All the plant and faunal remains recovered from Hassan Cave Koyuk are morphologically wild. Tree fruits and nuts such as almond, pistachio, and hackberry dominate the plant remains. Some pulses, including lentils and bitter veg, were also found, but in rather restricted numbers. Here, it is necessary to underline the virtual absence of the wild progenitors of wheat and barley. At other contemporary sites in the Upper Tigris, different plant taxa were chiefly exploited. Valley bottom species are dominant at Halanchemi and the Milkoi, and large and small seeded grasses are common at Celtic Tepe. This implies that different communities were tightly dependent on the different types of wild plant resources available in their local environments. On the other hand, a common feature seen at these sites, as well as at Hassan Cave Koyuk, is that the wild progenitors of cereals are virtually absent or insignificant. The appearance of emmer, einkorn, or rye and barley indicates that distribution of these wild plants in the Upper Tigris region may have been part of their natural habitats. However, their scarcity in the botanical samples implies that those plants were not actively exploited as staple food resources. Therefore, there is little likelihood that pre-domestication cultivation took place during the 10th millennium calibrated BC in the Upper Tigris. New evidence from Gusil Huyuk also support this view by illustrating that intensive cereal cultivation was initiated in the 9th millennium calibrated BC in this region. This situation leads us to conclude that the underground storage pits found at Hassan Cave Huyuk were not used for storing cereals, but for other wild plant resources and or perhaps other processed food stuffs like meat and fish. A number of pits with relatively large storage capacity found at Hassan Cave Huyuk suggests that the scale of food storing in the hunter-gatherer community was considerably large. Such evidence provides us with a good archaeological example that may show a close correlation between sedentary group with high population density and food storage behavior, as Alan Tester and other scholars already suggested. Furthermore, in the early Neolithic communities in the Upper Tigris, there are some signs which may suggest socioeconomic inequalities or social complexity. The communal buildings and many examples of symbolism may suggest the development of complex ritual system and behavior. Marine shell bees from the Mediterranean may indicate the development of long-distance trade network. The products of elaborate craftsmanship may indicate craft specialization, and prestigious items and their disparity among grave goods may suggest social differentiation. It is likely that thriving food storage behavior was a part of the complex hunter-gatherer societies in the Upper Tigris Valley, which may have provided economic foundation to develop and maintain such social systems. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. That's really fascinating evidence from your site there. Since we're running a little bit behind schedule, I suggest we save any questions you might have for later, and we'll move on to our next speaker, which is Dr. Abu Bakr Siddiq and Professor Vechihi Iskaya, with a paper entitled Kötik Tepe in the Origin and Flourish of the Pre-Pottery Neolithic.
Thank you, Tobias. Let me share my screen.
Yeah, I'm just waiting until he's ready. Sorry.
Okay, so do you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So, full screen. All right, thank you so much. So I'm presenting this presentation on behalf of Professor Vechihi Iskaya, who is currently unable to present. That's why I'm presenting the presentation on behalf of him. So today we will shortly discuss very briefly about Kötik Tepe. So Kötik Tepe is a site. It's located in Upper Tigris region of Southeast Anatolia. So the site locates. So this is a stream channel coming from Halantepe area from Batman to it merges with Tigris River. So Kötik Tepe locates in a closed region, so where the people could benefited both from Batman stream, and also Tigris River. So the site was actually mentioned earlier survey as a Iron Age site before, but as part of Ilusu Dam project, Professor Vechihi Iskaya conducted a survey, and then he understood that this site this location is a potential pre-pottery or Neolithic location, and then he started excavation in 1999, 2000, and then the rescue excavation continue up until 2018. So currently, the formal excavation is over because of the flooding of the site due to the water reservoir. But the documentation of the findings and analysis is ongoing. So if you see the location of the site, so the site is comparatively flat region, not like mound type, like Huyuk or Tepe type mound type area. It's a flat area. The site was the upper part, which is pre-pottery Neolithic PPNA, a later phase of PPNA. So it was disturbed by agricultural activities and some sort of medieval settlements, medieval burials actually. But from that first layer, all other phases, which like up to down to 5 meters deeper, was intact and undisturbed. So wonderfully preserved sequences we found from this site. So in the lower part, the site, the settlement actually began with late epipaleolithic hunter-gatherers, but they were living like sedentary way of living. We understood this from like subterranean structure and also hearth. And this dates back to 10,700, around 10,700 BC. But the circular structure, which is actually identified as preparatory Neolithic, begins with 10,400 BC. So if you see the early sequences of the site, so these people were all living continuously, not like interval. The habitation continued from 10,700 BC, and from 10,400 BC, we see kind of like the intensity of circular structure in the site, and the site continue until the habitation continue until 9,300 BC, when this time the settlement was the house and also the population density and also activity was at their peak. Like, I mean, this was the densest time of the, or busiest time of the occupation in the settlement. But in that time, 9,300 BC, settlement was suddenly abundant. And why? We didn't find the exact region yet, but like sedimentology and other resources, geological resources, indicate that it could be because of the flooding, Holocene flooding in that area. People had to leave, but it doesn't mean like the people totally, completely left the area, because we see another site. So this is called Gredimse. So this site, this is a huge mound site, and it appears that there was a Neolithic settlement, particularly early Neolithic settlement, but we don't know that if Kordik Tepe, people from Kordik Tepe established this site or not, because the excavation was begun from Iron Age period, but Iron Age layer, but it was excavation was stopped because of like the head of the excavation was sudden death of the head of the excavation. So the all houses in Kordik Tepe, at Kordik Tepe from pre-Protean Neolithic from 10,400 to 9,300 BC are round buildings, and they are mostly like parallel to the ground or little subterranean structure. And there were a lot of silo or storage buildings with a stone floor. So these houses, the floor was hardened earth and soil, but the silo, the floors were made of stone bed. So a total of about 500 storage and house buildings were unearthed, and some houses were so these residence houses were like 2 to 4 meter wide across, but there were some houses they were like larger structures, but we don't know. This is nature, kind of communal nature, but which still like under investigation with their finds. But we're not still sure that whether they were completely used as communal purpose or not. So if you see the setting of the site, as discussed before, like very close vicinity to the river channel, and extensively resourceful area. And we see botanical evidence and archaeological evidence that all the exploited species were wild, completely wild. But they were used intensely, as evident from the storage buildings. And regarding the chip stone industries, there were still uses of microliths. A considerable part of the chip stone industries were microliths. And if we see the health condition or biological status of these people group living in Tepe, they were healthy, comparatively healthier than other Neolithic groups in Anatolia. First of all, they were one of the tallest people groups in Anatolia, Neolithic Anatolia, and also their average age was young adult group and adult group. They comprise the highest proportion of the people group from unearthed from burial remains. And in most striking information from Tepe is the burials. About 2,000 burials were uncovered, unearthed from, and most these were most of these intramural burials were single, only one individual in one burial. But there were some burials, 2 individuals and sometimes 3 individuals, but there weren't any communal or a lot of people buried in the same place. But there were houses, so you see like single burials. So mostly they were hooker position or semi-hooker position. And when they were buried like 2 individuals, they were buried face to face, 2 individuals, or back to back, same way they were buried. And there were most of these, about half of these 2,000 burials were associated with a lot of burial goods. And first, and there were some burials also. I mean, there were some structures. Most houses were like containing 1 or 2 burials, but there were houses. We don't find any like communal grave or communal burial ground, but there were some houses containing a lot of, multiple burials. And these burials were associated with lavishly presented materials, included stone bowls, inside stone bowls, and small stone plaquettes, bone plaquettes, and a huge number of beads, stone beads, shell beads, and also bone beads. So there were some burials like containing up to 30,000 beads in a single burial. And so many burials were like treatment was kind of like when when somebody died, so the deceased was defleshed, and then within the in the fresh bone, they colored the bones with red and black pigments, and then after that they covered this with gypsum plaster. Then put the skeleton in the burial, and then put the burial goods, and then full gypsum coverage on the skeleton and also the burial goods. So as you see, there are some here total humerus bone from top to bottom was colored, and also tibia, and also a femur also colored. And then after coloring, they put gypsum plaster on the burial on the skeleton. So this color was so much prominent that during the excavation they were totally completely fresh and unchanged. And this colorant also came from the plaster, so gypsum plaster coverage on the skeleton. So when we remove the gypsum plaster coverage from the skeleton, so still the colorant, the pigment remained intact with the plaster. And varieties kinds of burial goods uncovered from most of the burials, and some burials some burials with small number of burial goods, but there were many burials from different product sites, like with as I mentioned, up to 30,000 beads, 10 to 15 stone balls, inside stone balls, lots of plaquettes. So a total of about 500 stone balls incised and not incised stone balls were uncovered from Korek Tepe. So as you see, these are the types of not incised bones. These are the examples of some incised bones. And another interesting aspect is there were symbols, like dense uses of symbols in Korek Tepe. Like there were some symbols. These symbols were like totally unique to Korek Tepe, and some symbols were related to Southeast, Upper Tigris region, and some symbols were common across West Asian Neolithic. For example, some symbols, for example, goat imagery, as you see, so in this bone plaquette. So these appear to unique to Korek Tepe, but some symbols like this scorpion in previous presentation we saw in Hasan Cave Huyuk also. This imagery appear in Korek Tepe, but in extensive and intense intensity was like very high, and that this symbol also appeared in Hasan Cave Huyuk and also in Gusi in the later phase of Neolithic. I mean, in the later period in Gusi River. And there was some symbol like this human type feature. It came in stone balls. So in overall, in short, we see people in Korek Tepe, they started to live in that area about 10,700 BC in the later Epipaleolithic period. But throughout the Younger Dryas, occupation continued. And these hunter-gatherers, early Neolithic, reported Neolithic hunter-gatherers, they were just, the settlement was like 1.5 hectare area, but the intensity of the activities was like huge, like over 500 architectural remains in different layers, hundred thousands of beads, and hundreds of stone balls suggested that huge activity area occurred in this site. So if we see overall position of Korek Tepe in the origin and flourish of the pre-Protean Neolithic in this area, we see Korek Tepe was significantly very busy production and activity center, and also symbolic manner. And this site revealed the densest cultural and ritual materials in Southeast Anatolia, and if not mistaken, in whole West Asia in early Neolithic. And when we see the regional and interregional trade connection, we see Koriktepe people from Koriktepe, they were engaged with like regional exchange, sharing of ideas, as we found these obsidian materials from Eastern Anatolia, and also like sharing symbols. And also interregional area, we see shared symbol in pre-Proto-Neolithic PPNA sites also appear in Koriktepe. So overall, the people in this area, they were well sufficient, and there were kind of social differentiation in burial goods. But these people and they weren't like there wasn't any sign of violence from skeletal remains, so that these people, they didn't have any deficiency for resource exploitation or like anger or huge extensive jealousy to other people groups inside the community and other side outside of the communities. But they were highly well sufficient as we see the resource exploitation and the geographical setting of the area. But because of their cultural materials and because of their this intensity of symbolic activities, show that Koriktepe, they were like one of the I mean, the central or not dominant, but significant activity area in the origin and flourish of the pre-Neolithic across West Asia. So, would like to thank for this ongoing project for to Ministry of Culture and Tourism and some offices in Turkey, particularly Diyarbakir Governor Office and Diyarbakir Museum, and also our collaborators, colleagues and students in Koriktepe project, and also our research collaborators from various universities in Turkey and abroad. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. It's always fascinating to see this material from Koriktepe. Really a very fascinating site. Again, we're running a little bit behind schedule, so please remember your questions or do post them in the chat for later. We'll now move on to the next speaker, which is a paper presented by Dr. Sari Jamo, Tokyo University, on behalf of himself and the co-authors, investigating the eastern wing of the Fertile Crescent, 2 seasons of excavations from prehistoric Jarmo. There's actually, Dr. Sidik, there's a question in the Q&A. If you want to look there, you can write your answer. You can type your answer there.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Sorry.
Can you see clear my screen as well?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, so I will start. Thank you very much for organizing this symposium. Unfortunately, we couldn't see you face to face, but it's been so long time since we last met you in Tokyo, and I'm happy to see most of you are doing well. So I would like to start my presentation today about investigation of the eastern wing of the Fertile Crescent, 2 seasons of excavation from prehistoric Jarmo site. So I'm talking not only by myself, on behalf also of my colleague, my Professor Akira Tsunuki, Naboya Watanabe, Roy Anma, and Yuki Tatsumi, and of course, Kamal Rashid. So I will start like briefly talking about our investigation of University of Tsukuba in Kurdistan region. So the Iraqi Kurdistan region, as all of you know, located along the eastern part of the Fertile Crescent. This area was one at one time one of the most fascinating archaeological zones for the study of Neolithization. From the mid of 1970s onward, the political situation in Iraq have restricted many researchers to continue their research there. Thus, many archaeological missions have shifted their field of study to other regions in the Near East, such as the Levant and Anatolia in particular. Starting from the late 2000s, many archaeological survey and excavation were undertaken in the Kurdistan and in Kurdistan region, and important sites have been investigated in Bistan Sur, in Shahrzod Plain, and Shamshara and Rania Plains. So an archaeological team from the University of Tsukuba, directed by Professor Akir Senuki, began an archaeological survey in Slemania province since 2014 for the purpose of researching the Neolithization process in the Zagros region and conduct an archaeological excavation of the Kalat, and we conducted excavation of the Kalat Said Ahmadan, which is located in Peshdar Plain. And also since 2016, we have conducting an investigation from the end of the Paleolithic period to the Neolithic period in Chamchamal district. So our excavation at Kalat Said Ahmadan. Said Ahmadan is a small till type settlement located in the foothill of Zagros mountain. And it is just south of the Said Ahmadan village, north of Kaladizar in the Peshdar plain. We have carried out a number of trenches on the different side of the site, especially in the southern slope and the top. And the southern slope trenches revealed a very good prehistoric culture sequences extended from the pre-Pottery Neolithic to the Ubaid period. The Neolithic villages was established on the low natural foothill and the southern edge cut by the Iron Age people to construct a stone fortification facilities, probably surrounding the foothill of Kalat Said Ahmadan. The Iron Age people also constructed a large Kamawal structure with a thick wall on the hilltop. So the cultural layers and their contents from the late and the cultural deposit and their contents from the late PPMP to the Samarra period generally similar to those uncovered in Shamshara, which is located on the Rania Plain, 12 kilometers west of Kalat Said Ahmadan. So based on the material cultures, the people of Kalat Said Ahmadan connected both northern Mesopotamia and Iranian Zagros. The strength and the weakness of the relation between such areas seem to change different times. Since the Neolithic culture sequence is different and Shimshara, disconnected with Shimshara on the Rania Plain, seems to be almost the same as our sequences at Said Ahmadan. So we thought that the region lacked the earliest Neolithic deposit. Therefore, we have shifted our studies to Chamchara area. The region, the Chamchara area, this region is known for a remarkable project called the Jarmo Prehistoric Project, directed by Robert Braidwood of the University of Chicago in the 1940s and the early 1950s. This was the first project planned and executed to investigate Neolithization in the actual field. The Chicago team excavated Jarmo, or Charmo in Kurdish, as well as Karim Shahir, Tel Ma'alfat, and other important prehistoric sites in the same area. So in Turkaka, we have started based on the preliminary survey. The site certain contained the phases of Epipaleolithic period. Therefore, they carried out a small sounding excavation at the western hilltop of Turkaka in the summer of 2017. The cultural layer in this part are relatively thin. No artificial structure such as building or wall or hearth were uncovered. The most numerous materials discovered by the excavation were chip stones of churches. However, obsidian chip stones was completely absent at Turkaka. The chip stones inventory in Turkaka consists of natural chert pebbles, primarily cores and plaid and microcores. Also, there is microplates and a few tools such as scrapers. A few carbon samples had been derived from the site, and it had been indicate that the site was occupied during the Zarzarian period. So we start studying the landscape around Turkaka. So our investigation in the area illustrated that the landscape around Turkaka is a combination of Chamgaura and small springs. The UAV photo and the 3D images, which was carried out by Professor Watanabe in Turkaka, indicate that the site was surrounded by plenty of fresh water. In addition, sandstone, marl stones, and the late micro opens around Jarmo Turkaka Karim Shahir area along Chamgaura, and there is a class of conglomerates, including a lot of chert stone suitable for the chip stone industry. So people at that region could obtain a good chert materials for chip stone industry from the river bank along Chamgaura. Therefore, based on geographical viewpoints, the Jarmo Turkaka or Karim Shahir area is extremely rich in both water resources and chert for the lithic industry. The circumstances provided the most important motivation for the people to make chipstones workshop at Turkaka during the Zarzarian period. So next we have me move to Jarmo, which is just adjacent to Turkaka. The site of Jarmo, as I have mentioned before, is well known for the investigation which was carried by the University of Chicago from 1940 to the early 50s. Then shortly investigated by the University College London in 2014. So however, we thought that this site must be studied using recent methodology and equipment. So Braidwood proposed that the conception about the permission of farming in the Zagros region. There was a simple rain-fed farming along the Hilly Flanks. However, the aim of our research was to achieve more results through an investigation, a series of archaeological sites in the area, while adding a new perspective and concept of the more complicated farming using springs in the water in the area. So we built our study was built based on 2 points. The first is reconsidering. The first was reconsidering the perspective of primitive farming in the Zagros region and investigate the use of the springs and the water reservoir around the farming. The second one is reconstruct the ancient landscape during the time of the Neolithic villages. So we started investigation at the site in 2018, and we have made a detailed topographical map and also images of Jarmo and its surrounding area to investigate the reconstruct the ancient landscape during the time of the Neolithic village. At the same time, we wanted to grasp the Jarmo chronology, which seems somewhat difficult to understand. So we made 3 small soundings at different locations within the site. The sounding bits were named following Braidwood's grade system. The first one was a grade 10 G10 grid. So this was prepared between G9 and G11 according to Braidwood grid system. So the area produced a Neolithic lithics and potsherds in Braidwood excavation. And it seems we could grasp a new chronological sequences. However, we distinguish in this area 6 cultural layers, but we didn't reach the virgin soil. We only discover about 118 pieces of flints, 16 potsherds, and 10 pieces of animal bones, but we didn't find other kind of objects such as ground stones or spindle holes, which was mentioned in the final report of Jarmo. Curiously enough, most of the potsherd was discovered in the lower layer 5 and 6. All the 16 pieces are yellow-brown and yellow-orange coarse pottery without decoration, and most have chaff timber thick bodies. So since there were no painted or fine potsherds, layer 5 and 6 in G10 grid are contemporarily with the upper face of Chicago expedition G2 in the phase 1 and 2. So our potsherd belong to the so-called later manifestation of Jarmo pottery, but unfortunately, we didn't reach the level of the early manifestation of Jarmo pottery in this grid. For this reason, we have moved into another place, which called G2. G2 was the biggest trench which was excavated by Braidwood in the late 1950s. It was so since plenty of according to the final report of Braidwood, there was plenty of material had been uncovered, such like structure building and many other objects, including pottery sherd and pottery poles and the stone objects. And we aim to find architectural remains from this area. So this G2 North, it was a small trench. It's measure 2.5 meter, and it's only 1.3 meter in deep. So we were able to dig the trench up to 1.3 meter deep and in its northern end, but we didn't find any architectural structures. So many animal bones and lithic were discovered. 6 layers were identified on the northern end of the G2 trench. Plus to this, we have discovered 105 lithic from G2 North. So the lithic was consisting of 61 pieces of siliceous stones, flint, and 44 pieces of obsidian. And we have discovered only just one broken pottery. It was discovered in the surface layer. So according to Braidwood excavation report, they also have encountered the same result where the layer 1 to 5, we didn't find any pieces of potsherd. So the result between our excavation and their excavation in the past was matched in this part of the site. So we obtained a number of samples for carbon-14 dating, and the result in this, all the carbons, so based on the lithic characteristic and the absence of potsherds, we can guess that the layer 1 to 5 belong to the late phase of the pre-pottery Neolithic period. So we move to another pit, which we call the West Trench or Pit W. So we conducted a geophysical prospection or GR and magnetometric survey to detect the southern extent of Jarmo village. The result indicate that the Jarmo Neolithic village extended into the southern slope of Jarmo Hill. So to testify the result of GBR survey, we made a small trench 2 by 2 meters to make sounding. So when we removed the upper layer about 80 centimeters, we encountered the cluster of stone structure. It was detected by GPR survey, and it seems to be large and oval plan shallow pit filled with limestones. A lot of materials, including many chipped stones and animal bones and sharpeners, were discovered in the pit, and all seem to belong to the late pre-pottery Neolithic period. No later material was included. Therefore, we can conclude that most of the structure detected by the geophysical prospection, especially the GPR survey, belong to those of the Neolithic period. This means that the prospection mentioned above, that Jarmo Neolithic village extended into the southern slope, seems to be almost correct. Then we have moved into another excavation. In the next season, in 2019, we have opened a bigger trench. We have excavating here in this season 3 areas. It's called G2 South, and also we continue excavation in the west, in the W trench, and also we have opened a new excavation in the most southern part of the site, which is called the South Agriculture Field. So the excavation in the excavation our 2019 season, it's also aimed to illustrate the further understanding of the chronological of the site. In addition, also to investigate the extension of the Jarmo village. Those 3 different sites within the site had been excavated. So the G2 South trench located on the opposite side to G2, which was excavated the last year, on the steep slope toward the east direction. It was measured about 2 meter by 5 meter east-west. Because of the trench was situated on the slope, so we couldn't fully excavate it from the east to the west. Excavations was carried out gradually from the west to the east direction. So a total of 3-meter thick cultural deposit was detected and divided into 10 cultural layers. All these layers were uncovered in Neolithic materials. So different materials were uncovered, including pottery shards, flint and animal bones. Over 2,800 objects were registered, and they have been distributed in different partitions in each layer. The pottery was belonged to the early manifestation of German pottery, and there were very few examples of colored pottery. The majority of the objects here came from all of these sites was pottery, and the second is lithic, and other there's a human animal bones and some snails. Remarkably, when we have reached the level 5 or the level 5 at the beginning of the level 6, we have uncovered a domestic activities layer where a large number of big fragments of pottery have been uncovered, and also there is a place of fire which was discovered nearby. We thought that this layer was used for like domestic activities. Besides this, we have discovered some shards of pottery which have remains of probably food, and this like pottery shard or this pottery container probably have been used for cooking or for storing the food. And we are conducting analysis to figure out what kind of materials inside these pottery shards, inside these pottery vessels. So we started also studying the geographical landscape of the area, and we start discussing the water reservoir. So the prehistoric site in Chamchamal area are not located in the basin of Zagros mountain like Kalat Said Ahmadan, Shamshara, or Pistansur, but in the middle of the hilly plain, dipping gently southern from the foot of Zagros mountain. However, water springs are distributed at nearby sites. We investigated the water springs in the middle of the plain and evaluated whether such a water supply system could have been stable for thousands of years. The hill area where Jarmo and Chamchamar sites were located is limited by northwest-southeast oriented mountain range. The water collected in the watershed drained through a river flow towards the southwest direction. So, geological investigation in the region indicate that the groundwater near Jarmo site springs from the lower boundary of the thick sandstone unit. Thus, the water must flow along sandstones, which are more permeable compared to the mirror clay stones. Water spring must have been located at the point where the water table and the permeable were concave shaped sandstone meet with the topographical surface of the gently dip to the southwest. Further, this must have happened near our site, Jarmo. So such grindstones supplied system is rather robust and on long life. Even during the driest period in September in Kurdistan, the spring rates of the groundwater was measured to be approximate about 500 millimeter per minute at the spring number 1 in the south, near the south of Jarmo. So perhaps such groundwater supply could have been supported early farming and domestication at Jarmo site. In Chamchamal area, when we investigated the landscape of Chamchamal area, there was a series of sites near Chamchamal are located on the high hill because the valley sharpened very deeply to the river. The high difference from the wadi of the hill where these sites are commonly measured more than 20 to 30 meters. However, the ortho images and the details drawing indicate that the northwest side of Jarmo, for example, was intensively eroded by a river. So comparing the Braidwood's aerial photograph from 1950s with a 3D image we made in 2016, the river drastically eroded the hill where Jarmo is situated during almost 70 years period. A comparison of 3D models for 2016 and 2018 confirmed that the ongoing erosion at the hill foot caused by running water during the rainy season occurred during just 2 years. These facts suggest that the landscape of 9,000 years ago at Jarmo was entirely different from that of today. So it's certain, therefore, that the settlement of Jarmo extended further to the northwest, and the relative height from the riverbed to the hilltop was lower. So the water sources may have been accessible during the time when Jarmo was used for daily life and farming. So to investigate the water resources, attention was paid not only for Chamgaura, but also to the large number of springs gushing from the sandstones and marlstones cracked in the local coastal topography. To the southern of Jarmo, the underflow water from the Zagros mountain gushes out of the dozen of even several hundred of meters. A series of cani or water spring, as named Kurdish, seem to be irrigate the land naturally toward the southwest of the northwest. So we discovered some Neolithic materials distributed near these springs. In particular, the place of the halfway point from the Spring 1 and Spring 2 produced plenty of Neolithic potsherds, including husking trays and chipstones. Another place nearby of the Spring 1 also produced a few Neolithic materials. So our excavation, these 2 years of excavation at Jarmo indicate that Jarmo was a pottery and a pre-pottery Neolithic village dating to the early 7 and 8 millennium BC. In these days, the Jarmo people probably used Chamgaura and Nerbi Spring in the water reservoir area for their daily life. However, it's uncertain whether the Jarmo people did use such a water resources for their farming activities. Relatively, flat farming hills with gentle slope extended to the south of Jarmo. Relatively, flat farming hills with gentle slope extended to the south of Jarmo, and it's necessary to investigate the possibility that farming combined with spring usage in the flatland occurred during the 7 millennium or during the 7 and 8 millennium BC. However, to investigate or to ensure this issue, we have to investigate number of sites in the region, and we hope that our future investigation will reveal this issue. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your very interesting talk about the recent work at this very important site. We have a few moments for some questions just before the break to any of the speakers of this morning session. Anybody? Eleni, please.
Hi, I have a question for Sari, if that's okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, thank you, Sari. Thanks for this great presentation. It is really good to see results from Jarmo after decades and decades of lack of research in this area. But I have a question for you with regard to what you mentioned earlier about Turkaka, the site.
Yeah.
And the test trenches you guys have done there. You mentioned radiocarbon dates. Could you be a bit more specific? Did you manage to get radiocarbon dates from the site? And would you be willing to share these results with us if they are available?
Actually, it was not a large number of object or like sample. It was like mainly 2 was the most like analyzed like sample where there was 2, and it was according to our dating, it's indicated it was belong to the Zergerian period. And I think the Professor Akira Tsuniki have published these results in Paleo Orient. If you want, I can share you the report which have been published, and you can have further information about these samples.
Which year was it published? Do you remember?
Last year, 2019. So I can share you the article
Yes,
just next. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Other questions or comments? Yes, Melinda. Cedar.
Does she hear us?
I don't know. Melinda, you have a question? Okay, maybe some connection. Oh, there
Yes,
Okay,
I'm not quite awake yet. It's 4:52 here in the morning, but now I am. I was curious as to whether you encountered any of the earliest aceramic village in the bottom levels of your J2 trench.
Most of actually J2, we have discovered
Or
a
what
large,
yeah, go ahead.
so we have J2 and J2 South, the one which produce large number of pottery. Actually, we have discovered from the surface layer to the 6 or 7 layer, we have discovered an extensive number of potsherds. But all of them was fragments, small fragments, and all of them belong to the late manifestation. All of them was like coarse pottery and chef tempered, and none of them have, or very few have colored, which is belong to the later manifestation according to Braidwood excavation. We were looking to build our chronology based on the change of the pottery type, but we have excavated about 3 meters from the top to the bottom to the end of our excavation. At that time, we couldn't find any later manifestation or early manifestation pottery. So, and most of those, especially, and when we read the level 5 and 6, the combination between these layers, we have discovered a large number of objects. Probably they was fragmented from complete pottery objects, but unfortunately we couldn't continue because our excavation season has finished at that time and we just like cover it. But in general, we couldn't find more than the later manifestation pottery in this area.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Are there further comments or questions to any of the speakers we've had so far?
Can I make a comment concerning Kurtik Tepe? You hear me, Abu Bakr? Okay. I think that based on your radiocarbon dates that we know from Kurtik Tepe, the sign was established during the Younger Darius. Is that right? So as also we know from the recently excavated site of Buncuklu Tarla, the same area. So we should think about revisiting this putative idea of the negative impact of the Younger Darius.
Yeah, exactly. So Kurtik Tepe was occupied before the Younger. Whole through the Younger Dryas, and particularly Neolithic, pre-pottery Neolithic began with 10,400 BC, but people were continuing. People were living there 300 years earlier. 10,700 BC. So in whole Younger Dryas, Kurtik Tepe occupied. But when Holocene started, Kurtik Tepe people just abandoned the site. So people were like intensely engaged with production activities, and they had sufficient food and nutrition, as we understood from their health condition and the physical condition. And there wasn't any like competition to fight to other people or fight inside. And if you see the intensity of the materials and the amount of burials, so for example, we see some other sites in the later period in the early Holocene sites also. So you have 4 or 5 hectare sites, and you have some burials and very selective burials. Not but in Kurtik Tepe you have in every house you have almost every house you have burials, and these burials were like very expensive materials. Like these materials were very expensive in the exchange for the exchange activities in that time. But the materials were and the treatment of the dead were very lavish. So people were well sufficient, and they were very rich in the manner of their resource, and they didn't have to fight. Of course, there were like social differences as we see, and if you see the storage houses, I mean the silos, a huge amount, and as we see from Hassan Cave Huyuk also. So in the the later phase of I mean in the later phase of Kordik Tepe type, in that time also like people were well deposited materials, food in that time. So of course Younger Dryas didn't impact at all. People were very rich. Instead, after the Younger Dryas, people were facing kind of resource shortage. If we consider the density and the richness of Kordik Tepe.
Thank you.
Abu?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Melinda again. I'm a bit confused. Maybe I misheard because I haven't had my coffee yet. But you say that it was occupied throughout the Younger Dryas and then abandoned in the early Holocene. That I thought the occupation went up through into the early Holocene before the site was abandoned.
Yeah.
And isn't there a difference in the earlier reports on the archaeobotanical remains from the site, in the nature of the archaeobotanical remains from the Younger Dryas levels, which have more of the steppe plants, as I recall, and then the early Holocene have more of the full components that we see in some of these later sites, the club rush and the knot grass and so on. So there is some change in environment that, at least by my reading, went from a not necessarily dire circumstance in the Younger Dryas, but a different environment from the Younger Dryas to the early Holocene. That would it also imply that the early Holocene had some amelioration of climate, not a deterioration.
Exactly.
Okay.
Of course, there's no doubt. But I was answering to previous question regarding the richness of self-sufficiency. So yeah, of course there were like differences in plants, animals, and also like amount of fish. But only 1 or 2 reports have been published, but they're still ongoing. But
Right.
because it was a rescue excavation, and we had to hurry to complete the excavation before the flooding of the water reservoir. But now is the time to evaluate the objects and findings from the sites. But I was answering that question because if you see the intensity of the 1.5 hectare site, the activity intensity of the production, and compared to contemporary people groups or like this, so it doesn't seem like people were like engaging with huge competition with regional actors, or there were any violence activities inside the communities also, or they didn't have any like resource deficiency. They didn't have it. I mean, the Younger Dryas didn't act any dire situation or difficult situation to resource exploitation. That was my point. But I'm definitely agree with you. Of course, there were huge differences between Younger Dryas and Holocene, of course. And maybe because of the Holocene effect, people had to leave because of the flooding of the site. Maybe I don't know. We don't know yet, but who knows?
Thank you.
Okay. It's 11 o'clock here in Copenhagen, so we are a little bit behind schedule. We were meant to have a little break, but we shall take a short break now of 10 minutes. So we will be back at 11 Copenhagen time. And I wanted to let you know that there is a change in the schedule because we've had 2 cancellations. So we will have 2 talks after the break. First by Takahiro Odaka and then by Kate Dudgeon, and then we'll break for lunch, and we'll meet again at 13:20 Copenhagen time with pick it up with Wendy Matthews' talk. Sorry about the changes. So one talk's moving up, but we'll meet again in about 9 minutes. Time to make some coffee.
Okay, hello everybody, welcome back. The next speaker is Takahiro, Dr. Takahiro Odaka from Kanazawa University, Japan, who is going to talk about investigating the late Neolithic in the Sharazu Plain, Telebegum, Sheikh Marif, and Shakartepe. Takahiro, if you hear me, please.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Could you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you.
And please wait a moment. That's right. Is it okay?
Yes, fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And hello, everyone. I'm very happy to join this wonderful conference, and I'm grateful to the organizers. Today, I shall introduce our study focusing on the late Neolithic ceramics in the Shafriz Plain, Iraqi Kurdistan. This paper will be given by me here, but it's a preliminary report of a series of study in collaboration with many, many colleagues, actually. Our research topic is a process from the Neolithization to the urbanization. As far as we know, early farmers began to spread from the so-called Fertile Crescent into the Mesopotamian lowland in the end of 7th millennium BC. Thus, we are focusing on around 6000 BC between the Fertile Crescent and the Mesopotamian lowland. In the junction of the Diara River and one of its major branches, Tanjore River, there is a deep basin. The Dalbandihan Dam is located now. Our field, the Shafrizo Plain, is situated on the lakeside of the dam. This plain connects valleys along the flanks with the Diara River reaching to the Mesopotamian lowland. We know several oldest settlements in the Lower Diara around 6000 BC. The Shafrizo Plain might be one of the gates to the Mesopotamian lowland from the Fertile Crescent. Nevertheless, archaeological evidence of the late Neolithic is extremely limited, so we are intending to fill this gap. As for the late Neolithic sites, in fact, only 2 half sites had been known before 2000. One of them, Telbegum, was excavated in 1960 as a part of the rescue campaign for the dam area. Also, the results have not been fully published. Ismail Hijara took up this site in his PhD dissertation with several photographs of recovered potsherds. He wrote, "This site shows that the Harap culture was indigenous in this plain and that it possesses its own character." In addition, he estimated that the Harap culture of Begum existed later than the other Harap sites in Iraq. As the Shafrizo is in the eastern end of the Harap distribution, it sounds to make sense. Recently, several Harap sites were documented by the Shafrizo Survey Project, directed by Simone Mule from Munich. Nevertheless, Telbegum is still one of major Harap sites, at least in respect of mound size. In 2013, Olivier Nieuwenhuis from Leiden, a member of the Shafrizo Survey Project, decided to explore this site again. And he kindly invited me to his team. This was the starting point of our study. We successfully identified the cultural layer which almost exclusively yields Harap pottery at the lower mound of Begum. Harap pottery can be divided into fine and coarse wares. Fine ware is relatively thin-walled vessels made of compact fine clay which occasionally contain small mineral and or plant particles. The vessel shapes include convex-sided balls, balls with S-shaped wall, and colored gel. On the other hand, courseware has thicker walls, often with dark walls, and presumably larger vessels made of coarse clay containing mineral and or plant inclusions more. While courseware was usually left plain, about 2/3 of finewear was painted in monochrome or polychrome, and the colors are brown, red, gray, black, or white. The other methods of decoration, including strip, impression, and incision, are rarely observed, but only in specimens derived from disturbed contexts. Monochrome paints are generally simpler piled horizontal lines. On the other hand, the polychrome painted designs are often more complex, combined with various motifs, including alternating multicolored horizontal lines, cross-hatching, chevrons, zigzags, and circular or triangular motifs in panels. While typical figurative motifs of Hara pottery, such as cranium and birds, are apparently absent. Sometimes the motifs are painted on red, brown, or black pigment covering the whole surface as the background. The white paint remarkably occurs while it surely presents but seems less popular at the upper Mesopotamian Hara sites. This peculiar white pigment in many cases showing granular texture seems to be applied last, possibly after the firing. 3 radiocarbon dates suggest that Hara-layer of Tervegum belongs to the latest stage of Hara period, so-called Hara-Ubaid transitional or HUT. This fact coincides with Hijara's suggestion. Some results of the typological observations also consistent. For example, S-shaped balls is common at HUT sites in Upper Mesopotamia, including so-called Mephesh ball in the Barif Valley. The polychrome paint and its motif generally attest to the late Hara or HUT period. Nevertheless, Hara fineware recovered from Tervegum certainly demonstrates unique attributes distinguished from classic Hara pottery known in Upper Mesopotamia. Occasional plant inclusions in the fabric are one of these attributes, while Hara fineware usually has only very fine mineral or no visible inclusion at the other sites. The traces of plant inclusions are clearly visible to the naked eye and seem to be intentionally added as a temper. As to the painted decoration, the white pigment is obviously a unique element, and the frequent occurrence of monotonous parallel horizontal lines is also remarkable. These radiocarbon dates correspond to J-wear phase in the Mahidash plain of Iranian Zagros. J-wear appears similar to Hara painted pottery in general, except for the absence of the characteristic complex motif in Hara pottery. Parallel horizontal lines are one of typical motifs in J-wear, as well as in Hara fineware from Tervegum. The variety of the paint color includes white, which had been persistently applied since the preceding period in the Mahidasht. It is called white on black wear. So perhaps Hara pottery at Tervegum shows some relations to the east. Anyway, the dates could not be back to around 6000 BC. Archaeological evidence around 6000 BC in the Shafrizo plain had not been recovered yet. Therefore, we looked for sites possibly dated around 6000 BC from the surface materials collected by the Shafrizo survey project. Among them At only 2 sites, I expected cultural deposit around 6000 BC with certainty. They are Sheikh Malik I and Sheikh Malik II, located here. This is their Begum. They are potsherds collected at these sites. They can be divided into coarse plant tempered wares, fine plant tempered wares, and fine clay wares. Among them, fine clay wares are similar to the so-called Hasuna standard wares. They include incised specimens, while no painted shards can be observed. But they also but they show some difference from typical Hasuna style. In motif of incision, series of short oblique lines, so-called slashes, are remarkable. On the other hand, typical Hasuna incised pottery generally has long stroke incisions forming striped triangles or chevrons. In addition, the fabric of Hasuna pottery in Upper Mesopotamia is much coarser than that of fine clay ware. As far as I know, fine clay ware at Sheikh Marif is much closer to Hasuna fine ware at Matalla in the Kirkuk region than those of the Upper Mesopotamian sites such as Tel Hassuna and Yarim Tepe, and also those of Tel Shimshara in the Rania plain. This may demonstrate a local variant of Hassuna. Compared with the traditional chronology in Upper Mesopotamia, I typologically estimated the dates indicated here, and here. However, their attributes do not always coincide with those of the Upper Mesopotamian materials. In any case, they should be confirmed by excavations with the stratigraphic sequence and radiocarbon dating. And such kinds of potsherds are almost absent at any other sites in the Shafrizol plain. Also, only a few pieces were collected at several sites. Therefore, we decided to begin to excavate these sites, Sheikh Marif and II, in 2019. But that year was irregular. Even in dry season, the sites were in the dam lake. We had to suspend the excavations. Then we decided to look for another alternative site to be excavated. We surveyed every possible site, even if only 1 or 2 small Neolithic shells were collected there by previous surveys. One of such sites was Shakar Tepe, located here. We finally selected. At this site, the Shaurizol survey team collected a large amount of materials belonging to Bronze Age, Iron Age, and Parthian-Sasanian period, and only a few potsherds and lithics dated to the late Neolithic and Ubaid period. In fact, we struggled to find the prehistoric materials, but we finally discovered a limited spot scattered with these prehistoric shards. Here, a trench we called Operation A was laid on this spot. We excavated to the virgin soils and provisionally identified 3 cultural phases. The uppermost layer is potsherds belonging to the northern Ubaid horizon. Sorry, here. The second phase, the upper late Neolithic phase, is dominant in Operation A from here to here. The second, and in the northern end of the operation, we expose the deposit just above the virgin soil here. The recovered artifacts demonstrate that it belongs to the late Neolithic, but can be distinguished as an independent cultural phase. And we carried out the radiocarbon dating for 27 samples. The results are here. Unfortunately, we could not date the Ubaid phase, and perhaps it may be secondary deposit. As to the upper late Neolithic, the dates basically fall within the range from 60 to 40 to 6000 BC. And for the lower late Neolithic, we dated 4 samples, and the dates are between 6400s and 62 20 BC. So we succeeded to recover the stratigraphic sequence covering the late 7th millennium BC. As for the finds, today I shall talk about the Neolithic pottery only. In the upper late Neolithic phase, the ceramic assemblage demonstrates some variety of ware groups, such as Hassan-like fine ware, fine plant-tempered ware, and coarse plant-tempered ware. Hassan-like fine ware has fine compact fabric, including a small quantity of sand. The surface is mostly buff color, treated with careful smoothing, and decorated with geometric incisions. Repeated short oblique lines, so slashes, are remarkable in motif. It can be said that this ware group is similar to the so-called Hassan standard ware, but more precisely to its local variant known at a few sites in Iraqi Zagros footfills, such as Matalla and Sheikh Marif. Perhaps we should call them fine clay wares, maybe. Fine plant-tempered ware is also collected at Sheikh Marif 1 and probably recovered from Karat Said Ahmadan in the Peshawar Plain. This ware group is characterized by fine fabric, including a little amount of plants and minerals. Red to dark brown slip and varnish are sometimes applied for the surface treatment. Carinated balls are common in the vessel shape, and occasionally painted decorations are observed. Coarse plant-tempered wares are generally thick-walled, large-sized heavy vessels, including so-called husking trays. The decorations are rarely applied with incisions, applique, or paint. On the other hand, in the lower late Neolithic phase, coarse plant-tempered wares are exclusively recovered. The fabric is apparently more brittle and fragile than the succeeding upper late Neolithic, and most of the section shows dark wool. And in general, the surface color turns more reddish. This simple assemblage at Shakoltepe may be comparable with Proto-Hassuna in Upper Mesopotamia or Pottery Neolithic phase at Jarmo. Combining the field works and the ceramic studies we carried out so far, we can expect the series of archaeological evidence in the Shuffle resort covering from late 7th to the 5th millennium BC. But this is basically assumed by the typological observation of pottery. We confirmed only 2 parts, this and this, confirmed through the radiocarbon dating of the secure samples. Therefore, as the next step, these assumptions should be testified by the excavations, and we would like to provide the dataset which certainly covers the time between the neolithization and the urbanization. And the material culture in the Shuffle plain shows not only influence from various regions, but also distinctive local characteristics. To understand how the regional interaction was and how the interaction related with the transition to the urbanization, we'd like to add more evidence through the excavations. So, as soon as possible, we'd like to study recovered materials started in Suleymaniye and to continue to excavate Shakoltepe. In addition, Sheikh Marif shall be excavated to find the early 6th millennium layer. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, if you please unshare your screen. Okay, any question, comment? Okay, let me say something concerning your interesting excavation and your colleagues' excavation there. This area seems to have been very, very important, specifically in terms of connecting Iraqi Kurdistan to the central Zagros, as you know, especially with regard to the river valley of the Sirwan down to the central Zagros. Did you do you know about any preparatory Neolithic sites or settlement in that case? Because I think in terms of spread of obsidian, is also this river valley was very, very important. As we see a little bit later, that we see completely identical, the so-called tadpole were in at the upper level of Charmo, and then some site in the central Zagros. So this river valley and this area that you have focused on it seems to have been very important.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. And as you know, leading team directed by Roger Mashes and Wendy Mashes, now they are investigating at the Western Sul in the same plane, Shabrizal plane. So, and we have many presentations in this conference. But in my sites, in our sites at Begum, Sheikh Marif, and Shakaratepe, unfortunately, so far we can't find any evidence of the preparatory Neolithic. Okay.
Okay.
And so I think one of the problem about the continuity from the preparatory to the Neolithic, and as well as the late Neolithic to the Haraf.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any question? No? Okay, let's move on. Sorry, we have?
Yeah, one hand raised.
One hand.
And the attendance.
Attendance? Could you open it? Okay, Dr. Akbar Abedi. So he's not able actually.
No, he cannot speak.
He cannot speak. Let me.
Allowed him to speak.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello.
We hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your nice presentation. We work exactly in the southern part of the Lake Urmia, and found the early stage of Neolithic. It seems that it's belonged to 7000 BC. In the Shahri Zor, when I watched your presentation, is there any evidence from the early Neolithic there, early stage, like something that we seen in Syria and the whole works in Tarsabiyabiyad, or not? This is just only beginning from the second stage in from the 6400 and something like this. Is there any early stage of Neolithic there or not? Because it is important for us, as you know, the main assemblage of southern Lake Urmia region, Haji Firoz, or earlier phases of this Neolithic. Now, Hojat invite us to present our lecture here, but unfortunately we finished just 2 months ago, and we couldn't present new data from the new evidence from early Neolithic from this region. And this is important for us. Is there any connection with Syrian sites to the Lake Urmia basin? from which parts from eastern Turkey, some signs like Haknos and the other signs linking these regions together. But we haven't enough data from this region, this Iraqi Kurdistan, to understand what happened exactly to the northeastern Iran's Neolithic societies.
And thank you very much for your question. And as far as I know, and in particular in the Shahrizor plain, there are not so many excavations at the late Neolithic sites, and I think that our dates at Shakar Tepe, so back to 6400 BC, is I think the oldest dates within the late Neolithic in the Shahrizor plain. But of course, in the neighbor regions, we have some samples, for example, at Jarmo, of course, and I guess new radiocarbon dates by Professor Tsuneki, Akira Tsuneki. I think then he suggested maybe it's early 7th millennium, I think. So of course it is possible to find the earlier ceramics in the Shahrizor, of course, but so far I think we couldn't find anything earlier than the 6400. It means the assemblage of the very brittle coarse plant tempered walls. And unfortunately, this is it means this is only the recovered samples in that time. So unfortunately, so far we couldn't study that materials in the Sulaimania due to the pandemic.
As Mark Voigt suggests, he knows these Neolithic peoples come from northern Mesopotamia. Now we are trying to find some roots and some distribution. Probably these people come from northern Mesopotamia or eastern Syria to northeastern Iran or central Zagros. This is the big question that now we are trying to test according to new findings and new results from our surrounding region, and this is why I questioned about this ambiguities.
Exactly, and it's a very, very big questions.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next question or comment is by Roger, if you hear me.
Yes, thank you, Hoja, and thank you, Akbar, for your comments, and Takahiro for your presentation. Wonderful results. I think it is a really interesting point. What is happening at the start of the ceramic Neolithic? Our evidence is just so slight. In that region on the Shahrizor plain, the Iraqi-German survey, SSP, found really very, very few sites with early Neolithic ceramics. And at Best Ansur itself, although it was originally identified as ceramic Neolithic, we have virtually no ceramic Neolithic. It really seems to be in the Neolithic, abandoned roughly 7,000 Cal BC, and not reoccupied until the start of the Iron Age, a long time later. So something, there's something quite significant happening around about 7,000 Cal BC, where we really start to lose a grip of what is going on across that region. And I think that connects to Akbar's question about the linkages with the Urmia region and the Highland zone more broadly. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Roger. Let's move on to the next presentation, which is by Kate Dojan, Reading University, who is going to talk about comparison and connection between the Hilly Flanks and the Euphrates regions during the Epipaleolithic and Neolithic. If you hear me, the word is passed to you.
Okay, hello. I'll just start can you see my slides okay?
Yeah, you can see that.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, so thank you. And I start with apologies that actually my title's a little bit different from what was originally written in the programme, but one of the very few positives to come out of the delay to the conference and the COVID pandemic is that it has given me time to analyse the material from Bestan Sur in Iraqi Kurdistan, which feeds into this paper, where I'm going to focus on fuel use and the implications of different management practices for the archaeobotanical remains that we recover or don't recover from different sites. So, as everyone's probably knows, archaeobotany provides really crucial evidence to understand how people used plant resources in the past and to address bigger questions about human environment interactions, resilience, responses to change, and sustainable practices. Plant remains from Southwest Asia are most commonly preserved through charring. So again, it's essential to understand how they became charred. So as food spillage, waste, accidental burning, or fuel, as well as why some plant remains are absent from the record. So back in the 1980s, Naomi Miller suggested that animal dung burnt as fuel could have contributed to the charred archaeobotanical assemblages. And since then, dung fuel has been identified at multiple Neolithic sites. So small seeded grasses and legumes in charred assemblages could be interpreted as weeds of cultivation, human food representing a broad spectrum diet, or animal browsing deposited or fodder deposited by animal dung burnt as fuel. So identifying dung during excavation, it can be very challenging. It often appears as amorphous organic material. So one really easy way to ascertain if dung is present is to identify fecal spherulites, which I've pictured at the bottom here. So these are microscopic calcitic particles. They're produced in the guts of ruminants, so sheep, goats, cows, and where they're present, they provide a really good indicator that there's been some dung present. So here I'm going to focus on macro plant remains preserved by charring and phytoliths, which microscopic plant skeletons formed when living plants take up silica from the soil. This then seeps into cells, making a sort of cast, which is inorganic and pretty resistant to decay. Both are frequently preserved and recovered from Neolithic archaeological sites in Southwest Asia, but survive under really different conditions and tend to either over or underrepresent some parts or types of plants. So charred macros, for example, have a much higher taxonomic resolution, like species, but they only survive in quite a restricted set of conditions. So whilst phytoliths give a more generalised view of plant types and vegetation, so woody plants, wetland plants, cereals and grasses, they do survive in a much broader set of conditions, including burning temperatures, sometimes exceeding 1,000 degrees and without the need for burning. So by integrating these two proxies, we can get a more complete overview of plant use. As well as thinking about preservation, we also need to consider how different methods of sampling and recovery of plant remains also produce biases. So with flotation, some fragile plant parts might be destroyed, and the mesh size can also exclude some smaller wild or weedy seeds, or that I think it's now common practice to use sort of mesh sizes which don't. During flotation or lab processing to extract phytoliths, plant remains lose their primary context and associations with one another and other materials, and like dung, for example, would disintegrate during flotation, making it difficult to ascertain what specific plant remains actually represent or where they've come from. So micromorphology, when we literally just cut a section out, which can then be analysed under a microscope, helps to mitigate some of these issues, as plant remains can be observed in situ in relation to one another and other materials. So, for example, plants or fish bones within dung can provide direct evidence of consumption. So this paper aims to identify fuel use practices and burning, and evaluate the effect of different practices on different types of plant remains we recover or don't recover in archaeology, in order to refine our interpretations of the archaeobotanical record. My research here adopts an integrated multi-proxy approach. So I've analysed micromorphological thin sections and then corresponding phytolith and fecal spherulites from the thin sections from oven deposits at Neolithic Best and Sur, which I'm then going to compare with some data from Neolithic Abu Huraira in the Middle Euphrates. So Best and Sur, as we've heard a little bit about, and Professor Roger Matthew introduced yesterday, is a Piedmont site situated about 550 metres above sea level on the fertile Sharazor plain, which again we've just been hearing about, in the foothills of the Zagros Mountains. In this paper, I'll be focusing on large ovoid ovens from external areas, so F16 and 17, shown on this plan, which feature thick earthen walls and which would have aided energy retention. And some features of these ovens bear some similarities to those identified by the Braidwoods at Jarmo. Once back in Reading, I was able to take high precision spot samples from the back of the blocks before processing for further phytolith and spherulite analysis. And I'll also talk a little bit about space 48. You can see near the bottom of the plan, this huge fire installation room that's previously been analysed at the site. And it's worth noting that all these fire installations surround space 50, which I'm not really going to talk about. You'll hear more from Sam Walsh and Amy Richardson later in the week, but it's this room filled with a huge number of human burials. So that's quite interesting. So this graph just briefly summarises the type of vegetation identified through phytoliths in fire installations 16 and 17. As you can hopefully see, so in the greeny and sort of light yellowy colours, all the material recovered from fire installations was completely dominated by monocots, so grasses including cereals, reeds and sedges. Particularly noteworthy is the prevalence of multi-cell phytoliths, which seems to be derived from reeds, and the very minor role of any dicot, so woody or herbaceous type vegetation. So here you can see a picture of feature 16, which we quarter sectioned, and a close-up of the micromorphological block, which we sampled from it. Hopefully you can see some of the fine layers of charred material already apparent at macro scale, which we can now categorise further through micromorphology. In terms of taxonomic identification, reeds again were obviously a major component of what was being burnt. Interestingly, we see very similar proportions of the leaves and stems of monocot type plants to the numbers of inflorescences, possibly indicating that the whole plant was burnt. It's also really interesting how consistent the phytoliths are, despite the very different macroscopic appearance of different layers. So, but the actual types of vegetation seems to be quite similar. The dark lens you see at the top contains high proportions of burnt, probably organic material, but almost nothing that can be securely identified. So the main fire pit of feature 17 consisted of multiple layers of highly fired red clay and what appeared to be very high temperature ash. It also features flues on either side, again reminiscent of some of those features observed by Braidwood at Jarmo. We sampled 2 micromorphological blocks to provide further insight into the entire life history of the oven. One really interesting feature of this oven is the very well-made pestle recovered from the base, which I won't really go into because I think David Mudd's going to talk about in his paper later today. So the upper part of feature 17 is fairly consistent again in terms of the phytolith assemblage, and it's quite interesting that the subsamples taken from within these layers, like feature 16, are macroscopically quite different visually, but actually quite similar in terms of what we see in the composition of the phytoliths. So with the exception of the uppermost fill, which is dominated by leaves and stems, with lesser input of the inflorescences. In terms of numbers of phytoliths present in each layer, there is some more variation, but I haven't shown that in here. I did identify some dung spherulites in relatively low numbers in both the subsamples and in the uppermost layer of the thin section. As we move down fire installation 17 towards the base, we continue to see, again, quite similar proportions of monocot inflorescences, stems and leaves. And as with the upper section, we've got some really nice articulated layers of phytoliths, probably reeds, but it's quite difficult to tell sometimes when they're sort of embedded. in other materials. And again, fecal spherulites are present, but in relatively low numbers. So space 48, I pointed out on the plan, is this massive fire installation type room, which comprises over 75 centimeters of stratified deposits, including in situ ash and highly fired clay walls. And the results from this previously analysed fire structure are actually really consistent with what I found in features 16 and 17. So your low proportions of woody material, numerous phytoliths associated with leaves and stems of reeds, and some fecal spherulites. And I think this is really interesting because macroscopically and during excavation, all of these fire installations appear quite different. But in terms of what was actually being burnt and how they were being used, actually appear to have been used quite similarly. Yesterday in his talk, Professor Dorian Fuller highlighted the correlation we see at many sites between the presence of ovens and an increased reliance on cereals. And I think this makes Best Denso a really interesting and special case because of the number of sophisticated fire installation features we have, but without much evidence for dependence on domesticated cereals. So the main case study I look at as part of my PhD is actually Abu Huraira in the Middle Euphrates in Syria. So significant for its longevity, it was occupied intermittently, first as an epi-Paleolithic hunter-gatherer settlement, and then later as a middle PPMB farming village. The site was excavated in the 70s by Professor Andrew Moore and colleagues as part of a rescue mission before being flooded. So unfortunately is no longer accessible, but the team did recover a huge archive of sediment, occupation residues and charcoal deposits, which I've been able to analyse for phytoliths and spherulites. So as one of the first sites to employ large-scale systematic flotation, huge numbers of charred remains and charcoal were recovered from epi-Paleolithic and Neolithic phases of the site. In my research, I've identified phytoliths in all sediments, as well as some plasters and vessels. And fecal spherulites are present in about 50% of all sediments I've analysed, possibly suggesting that some dung was burnt as fuel. I've also identified really large numbers of fecal spherulites in floor and wall plaster fragments, indicating that animal dung was potentially a very important and well-utilised source for construction material. So in this slide, I just want to very quickly highlight the very different results we get from the analysis of phytoliths and charred macrofossils. It's where I've compared from the same context from Abu Huraira, where we see almost a complete reversal of monocot to dicot vegetation ratios, which hopefully highlights to some extent the value of a multi-proxy approach. So at Abu Huraira, charred plant remains and charcoal are abundant compared with Best Denso, where despite extensive systematic flotation and trials with other modes of recovery, there just aren't huge numbers of charred plant remains in the Neolithic phases of the site. And I think Charlotte Diffie, the postdoc archaeobotanist for the Menziker project, will talk more about that in her paper on Thursday. At Abu Huraira, the abundance of charcoal indicates extensive use of wood fuel, and a sample from the base of a hearth that I've analysed has really well-preserved dicot type phytoliths, compared with the domination of monocots, especially reeds, that we see at Best Denso. The presence of fecal spherulites, albeit in relatively low numbers, suggests that dung fuel could have been used at both sites to supplement burning regimes, possibly selected as a fuel of choice for its long, regular burning properties. Therefore, I don't think we should exclude that some plant remains could be derived from animal dung burnt as fuel. At Abu Huraira, burning temperatures were likely low and perhaps rarely went above 400 to 500 degrees, enabling the preservation of so much charred material. At Best Denso, the high temperature ash, the melted phytoliths and highly fired earthen walls, which would have retained heat, attest to high burning temperatures, possibly exceeding 1,000 degrees, which would destroy any fragile seeds and chaff, as well as accounting for low numbers of spherulites, which experimental burning has shown greatly decrease in these temperatures, even if dung was a significant source of fuel in these fires. Interestingly, at Abu Huraira, early whiteware vessels, bowls, and plaster floors are generally made from gypsum plaster, which is created in low temperature burning environments, consistent with that would form charcoal and preserve other organic remains. And there's quite a lot of artifacts and bits from Abu Huraira that seem quite similar to some of the gypsum plasters described by Professor Nicholas Connard from Chogi Galan yesterday, where it seems like they've also recovered numerous organic remains. At Bestan Sur, on the other hand, lime plaster has been identified, and lime plaster requires very high burning temperatures, consistent with the destruction of fragile child plant material. And so moving forward, it'd be really interesting to see how the prevalence of different materials like lime and gypsum plaster actually correlate with the recovery of different plant remains at sites on a more multi-regional scale. So just to summarise, since most plant macrofossils are preserved by charring in Southwest Asia, it's crucial to fully understand the depositional history and context in which they were burnt. And as highlighted in the discussion emanating from Melinda Zida's talk, keynote lecture yesterday, also consider the absence of some plants and why that might be. And sometimes fuel provides something of an answer to that. Applying a suite of recovery techniques and analytical methods can help provide more complete insight. So, for example, micromorphology offers the opportunity to identify plant remains in situ. Moving forward, I hope to see more research into different recovery methods and how they influence phytolith assemblages. So, for example, comparing the high precision spot samples I've taken with lower resolution bulk samples from the same deposits. And hopefully that will contribute to a better understanding of the potential and the limitations when interpreting phytolith assemblages from archive material like I'm looking at from Abu Huraira. So also just to finish on, exemplified by the global pandemic of the last couple of years, as well as other struggles in the region which make important sites inaccessible, archive material represents a really important avenue through which we can continue research and ensure that no area is neglected to fully understand the different ways that the Neolithic developed across areas of Southwest Asia. And just to finish off, thanking all the people that have contributed towards my research and helped me, so especially the AHRC SWWDTP who fund my research, and huge thanks to the Mentica project who allowed me to excavate with them in 2019 and add the Hilly Flanks dimension to my research, which, yeah, thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Kate, for your nice presentation. Any question, comment, discussion, or the like? So, I don't see any, if anybody has raised.
Yeah.
Okay.
Clearly, you were very convincing, Kate.
Yeah, it seems so.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So the next session will be after the lunchtime it was already scheduled at 13:20.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, so see you soon at 13:20. Bye for now.
Yes.
Start the tradition.
Should I stop sharing?
Yeah.
Hello, Toby.
Hello, Wendy. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Really enjoying the conference.
That's great. So are we.
I'll share my screen, shall I, just to sort of get rid of any technical problems in case there are any, hopefully.
That's a good idea.
See, I need to, sharing is paused. What? Yeah, but I've got to resume share. There we go. How's that, Toby?
We can see your presenter view at the moment.
Presenter view?
You have two screens, then maybe.
Oh, I could close down one screen, maybe? Was that strange?
That's what happened to me yesterday.
So what did you do to solve that?
I think I stopped sharing and then I had to make sure I select the screen where it shows the presentation. Full screen.
Oh, from the early morning, maybe.
Yes.
Oops. Oh, this is quite tricky.
Even though we've been doing this for more than a year, it's still always a challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, we tend to use Team. I've been using Team or Blackboard for teaching, so this is a little less familiar. So slideshow, is that what I checked, Rog?
Yeah.
Set up slideshow. Oh,
hi, Wendy. Here's Nick. I don't know why it was the case, but yesterday I had to go in and out, and on the third time it started working normally.
Right.
The third time's the charm.
Yeah, I'm going to try.
Hey, Wendy.
Hi. Browse, but I'm going to try this view because the speaker view wasn't working. So
Now go to share.
Go to share. I have reinforcements, as you see here. Thankfully.
And then slightly.
That'll work.
Maybe working. That's a little bit.
So now resume share.
It's sharing now.
It's sharing now.
It's sharing now.
Just not
Yes.
the presentation. So
Pardon?
if you click on
Full screen, maybe
presentation mode.
It looks like your cursor's right on the thing that you need to click.
Yeah, there
you go.
That's it. Great.
So is that working for you now?
That works fine. Yes.
That's wonderful. But can I advance my slides?
Yes, that also works.
Yes, that's working really well. Great. Okay. Sorry about that.
All right. No worries. Great. Well, welcome back, everybody, to the, I guess in Copenhagen, it's the afternoon. For some of you, it may still be morning. For others of you, it's probably evening right now. But welcome back to this session of day 2 of our Revisiting the Hilly Flanks conference. It's my great pleasure to introduce, well, hardly needs any introduction, of course, Dr. Wendy Matthews from the University of Reading. And she'll be talking about sustainability of early sedentary agricultural communities in the hilly flanks of the Eastern Fertile Crescent.
Well, thank you very much, Toby. And my sincerest thanks to you and all the hosts and participants for this opportunity to revisit and reflect on the Eastern Fertile Crescent together. It seems that, as Mindy Zita said yesterday, a unique opportunity. And I'd also like to thank all of the CSAP team members with whom we collaborate, including those listed here, who have particularly helped with aspects of this paper. So the past 12,000 years have seen major transformational changes to the Earth and an acceleration in these, as shown in these widely known images in studies of sustainability. And in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal report in 2020, they highlighted that global temperatures are still set to rise above those of the Paris Agreement. And 70% of South Asia and North Africa face water stress, and sea levels are rising 3.6 millimeters annually. Only 4% of the mammal biomass is wild, and that's everything from mice to elephants. 63% is domesticated, and humans actually make up 33%. Fish stocks are at critical levels, 30%. Insect loss can be up to 75% of flying insects in some areas, and we're losing billions of trees and soil each year. 25% of the world's population faces food insecurity, and it's estimated with a population of 9.6 billion by 2050, we're going to need 3 planets worth of natural resources to sustain current lifestyles. And 50% of this impact is from the wealthiest 16%. There's also pollution from a wide range of sources, and some limits haven't been set on these, so we're exceeding these as well. And with increase in diseases from animals and wildlife encroachment, such as COVID-19, we face a whole set of challenges. So Smith and Mindy Zeder have looked at, when did this human impact labeled as the Anthropocene start, and argue that it's when there was significant capacity for ecosystem engineering or niche construction on a global scale. And Frank Hole, in a review of agricultural sustainability, highlighted that agriculture can replace native flora and fauna by domesticates and followers, which may be invasive, reduce biodiversity, and be ill-adapted. The potential for surplus and sedentism enable technological innovation and increases in population, production, and consumption. But as we've seen, the scale of these needs to be considered, and the effect on inequality and disease and depletion of resources. And natural and social systems require integrated approaches to look at sustainability. And there's a lot of data that we need to consider on these charts through time that we as archaeologists can populate diagrams such as this. So in this paper, I wanted to revisit the Hilly Flanks through the lens of sustainability and consider how ecological and socially sustainable were these communities, and what transformational changes were set in play, and how can archaeology contribute to studies of past, present, and future sustainability. I begin with a review of approaches and then look at some of the key themes. And transformational changes can be in biophysical properties, ecology, human activities, and social institutions, and combinations of these. And long-term perspectives are currently underrepresented in global change research and IPCC reports, but can provide long-term distributed observation networks of past and local baseline data to examine the nature and extent of change, and also completed experiments and scenarios of the effect of climate change and examples of sociocultural adaptation or failures. And these can be used to inform current decision-making. And certainly there's a rapid increase in the amount of literature in archaeology on how we can mobilize the past to shape a better Anthropocene. And data from the Near East is being used in studies such as past global climate changes and ArchaeoGlobe to map climate and environment change. So as archaeologists, we can contribute new interdisciplinary approaches, theory, and many thousands of years of data. And this is on climate environment, but also perceptions of more than human worlds and values of these. Examples of locally adapted resources and solutions, lost knowledge of materials and technology, as well as how we study choices and operational chains and material biographies. And in particular, these feed into life cycle assessments used today to look at consumption and production and cost and risk management. And also we look at social relations and health and well-being and mobility and contextual approaches to these. But how can we measure and compare and contrast past, present, and future sustainability and human impact? Kinti et al. Looked at grand challenges and questions that we can ask as archaeologists, which look at a whole range of key themes in resilience and human-environment interactions and cognition. We're also being increasingly encouraged to look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals from a long-term perspective. And this is because they serve as a broad reference of big issues that need to be addressed, and by and large are timeless. There are 17 goals, and within these, 169 targets and indicators. And importantly, these provide potential indicators that we can use as archaeologists to provide a long-term perspective. And I've been exploring this in some modules in sustainability in archaeology, in the emergence of civilization in Mesopotamia, and on changing the face, past, present, and future sustainability with Professor Martin Bell. Partnerships are fundamental for the goals, and the UN has a separate goal for this. And in archaeology, we can contribute through funding for heritage projects, science and science sharing, and co-design projects, and look at the sustainability of our practices in archaeology, but can also provide capacity building through training and education, economic additions through tourism and protection of heritage, but also co-design projects and look at big data and heritage protection. We were fortunate to be able to help the Slemani Prehistory Museum Gallery and their staff, with Amy Richardson and others from CSAP, to develop a new prehistory gallery. And in the key themes, we included consideration of sustainability, looking at changes from the Paleolithic to the fourth millennium on climate and environment change, innovation and development, food security, creating communities and connecting communities, and health and living conditions, and included a range of sites from the Hilly Flanks. In this presentation, I've grouped the goals according to themes, but as the UN highlights, and I'd like to highlight, all of these studies and solutions going forward are interrelated. And I've been very selective in the targets I'm looking at for each of these goals, and highlight in blue those that I'll look at with examples from the Eastern Fertile Crescent. In climate and environment and looking at sustainability, we need to consider resilience to climate change, for example, how ecosystems may have been protected and managed, but also woodlands conservation, for example, and biodiversity indices. And we've seen how climate and environment ameliorated with the start of the Holocene, but also provided challenges and with periods of ridification. And Real et al. Have looked closely at Chogogolan, for example, and how communities were able to respond to this, but also opportunities that climatic amelioration provided for agriculture and sedentism. I want to briefly reflect on human impact, which from the increase in grasses 10,000 BC, when we know there's settlement in the region, included an increase in incidence of fires, and some of these may have been through human action. The reduction in grasses from about the middle of the 9th millennium might be due to increased human activity and animal activity and potentially incipient management. And it's arguable whether the late onset of oak woodland was also due to human competition for land and use of wood resources, as well as climate influences. And these are often interrelated. I mean, they are interrelated. We've seen how too there's major biogeographic variation in the distribution of resources and habitats and species across the Middle East and in the Zagros on this transect from the plains through to the high Zagros. And on-site archaeobotanical remains provide insights into those very human environment interactions that we're looking at. And many sites have yielded reeds and sedges, for example, and shown that wetlands were more extensive than today, as Frank Hole showed in his image near Ali Kosh yesterday. Also, woodlands, charred wood might represent up to 85 or 90% of plant assemblages in the high Zagros, but there's little no wood in the lower areas. But there is evidence of pistachio tree conservation, for example, at Ganjdari, when from certainly earlier archaeobotanical studies, when wood wasn't used for fuel, but the nuts were used as a food source. Many sites were located near to water sources, and these provided key resources, as we've seen today, but also networks. And it's the networks at local and more interregional scales that are important for social sustainability as well. So social sustainability includes, one of the key ones is looking at settlement. And settlements, or cities as they highlight, are hubs for ideas, commerce, culture, science, as well as social development and much more. And they've enabled advancement. But challenges, which also includes those facing early sedentary communities, include the quality of housing and permanence, how planned a settlement is, and how waste is managed within it, for example, and open places for social interaction. Looking at the size of sites in the Eastern Fertile Crescent, many are at traditional village sort of sizes, and Jama had an estimated population of 150, according to Braidwood. And Best Ansur is larger than this, but not as large as some sites, such as Abu Huraira and Çatalhöyük, which developed during this period. Best Ansur was occupied for more than 600 years and thereby sustained over this period during the 8th millennium from 7700 BC. In excavation of more than 13 trenches, we've identified architecture across the settlement, and much of this is on the same orientation, suggesting some community-wide collaboration in settlement planning and design. But this orientation is also thermally efficient in displacement of the heat of the sun, but also many buildings were abutting, which would have also helped cooling. Braidwood reflected in looking at social structures and relations that we've got no really good evidence that might specify the use to which various rooms in the house were put. And since his work in the Hilly Flanks with Linda, there have been a whole slew of new developments, many of which they started themselves, and they're providing increased insight into these social interactions. And in the range of open spaces at Best Ansur, many of these are very well maintained, showing social investment in these with fire-lime surfaces or gravel surfaces, and were used for craft activities as well as food cooking and preparation, for example. Other aspects of social sustainability include equitable access to resources, education and knowledge exchange, as well as gathering within buildings for governance, for example, and equitable access to technologies and networks. And there's certainly evidence at Best Ansur for large interior public spaces for public scale interactions based on proxemic studies. And in this one Space 50, there were more than 81 burials showing very diverse social connections and commemoration of the dead, showing that was a range of interactions for social cohesion and vital networks. However, there's also evidence for increasing ownership and privatization, as we've seen in earlier papers, of things like storage, and in this case, ovens. So Kohler and others in a study of inequality using one of the UN SDG measures, the Gini coefficient used to measure wealth today, highlighted how sedentary agriculture can enable accumulation of intergenerational wealth and potentially increase social inequality. And general trends are showing this starting to increase from 8000 BC. At Best Ansur, we can see aggrandizement of buildings, overlying buildings. Building 8 is enlarged in building 5, which is where there was all this social interaction. This building is 2.5 times larger than other buildings such as building 9. And by excavating in neighborhood scale, we hope to start to provide data for feeding into things like the Gini coefficient. Looking at economic sustainability, that includes access to food, energy, and innovation, for example. And I just wanted to highlight the biodiversity of food supplies and the experimentation in the Eastern Fertile Crescent at sites like Sheikhubad. And the greatest biodiversity, as was highlighted yesterday at many sites, is around 8000 BC. But after then, we start to see a narrowing of the crops and food sources with the domestic crop package. And today we rely for 50% of our plant protein on just 3 species, and much local livestock is globally at risk. And just wanted to highlight here how at Best Ansur, there is a gap between the trenches of at least 3 meters of deposit covering this key transition period. So future excavations would be able to look at this key period of evolution and development. As Simona Reel has highlighted, there's often not many cereals in the sites in the Zagros, and this is true at Best Ansur, very few cereals or lentils, but there's evidence of a very biodiverse diet at many sites. And as Riel argues perhaps this is because sites were located in very favorable environments, and the delayed adoption of a more heavy reliance was due to this very prolific local environment. We've seen from human coprolites that we've been studying that they were eating wild plants and roots, which contributes to other debates on the club rush, for example. Kate's looked very, given us great insight into renewable energy sources and efficient combustion and use of these. So the last thing I wanted to look at was health and sanitation, just very briefly. And this includes a whole range of things contributing to good health and well-being, of which ritual and social cohesion are very important too, but also sanitation. And Larson and others have highlighted that the Neolithic represents a major demographic and epidemiological transition, with increased food security and human fertility leading to population increase. There's also increased challenges from living in denser settlements and closer living with animals. And we've actually identified animal pens within settlements at Sheikhubad, for example, but also at Çatalhöyük. And Frank Hole kindly pointed out how at Ali Kosh in the Busmorde phase, these finely laminated orange-brown lenses may indeed also represent an animal pen. And at Bestançu, we've identified pig coprolite in Trench 12, showing that pigs were commensal, and other commensals would have contributed to the spread of disease. So in conclusion, looking at this section through Jani, we can see that through the Neolithic, there's increasing human impact in consumption and production. From the earliest phases, phase 1, which just represent periodic visits, perhaps by hunter-gatherers or by herders. And then once there's settlement, there's this rapid accumulation of refuse and increasingly elaborate architecture and fire-line floors, for example. So I hope I've shown some of the ways in which archaeology could contribute to studies of sustainability in the long term, but also the different approaches that can be used and data, and the importance of contextual analyses at local scales in particular, and possibilities for aligning these with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We've looked at how aspects of sustainability in the Hilly Flanks include climatic amelioration, the biodiverse ecotope boundaries there and resources that they're using, and proximity to water. The scope for cooperation and collaboration, but also food security through biodiverse sources and renewable energy supplies, and diverse employment with crafts, and good quality housing and air quality because of efficient combustion. So transformational changes set in play include increasing impact on environment and other species through niche construction and selective management, reliance on a more restricted range of food resources, increasing privatization of a whole range of resources and social units, and increasing concentrations and exposure to diseases. So thank you for the opportunity to explore this with you.
Thank you so much, Wendy, for reminding us really that the work we do is relevant to the problems we're facing today in the world, and that we are, able to actually offer solutions and insights from our work into this. I'm wondering if we have maybe time for brief comments or questions on the talk. Frank.
Sorry, it was a little bit long.
That's okay. Frank, yeah, there you
go. I am puzzled a little bit about why people abandon sites. It seems that many of these early sites did not get reoccupied in later times. We're accustomed in some areas to think of how sites may be occupied for thousands and thousands of years, but the early Neolithic, pre-Neolithic sites seem not to have been reoccupied. And I'm wondering, is there any information that we have, or could we speculate as to why some of these sites were no longer used? Like Kosh being an example, we have some reason that there may be some environmental change there. Shogolan, Ganjdareh, and Sheikhubad and so on. Why did they abandon these and not after having used them for hundreds of years?
Yes, well, that's a great challenge, and chronologies and matching are challenges in that, as is erosion. You know, some of those key periods at the point of abandonment may well be eroded, so we don't have those particular examples. But it's John Marston's done a lot of looking at risk management. So I think by looking at risk and contextual analyses, we can go forward. But it's a really good question, and something for us all to reflect on. Thank you, Frank.
Roger?
Okay, thank you very much, Wendy, for your scientifically rich presentation. I was wondering about the calculation and talking about the population size at the Neolithic sites. You said that the sensor was something like 4 hectares in area. So at the same time, we see, as I mentioned yesterday concerning Danjara, we see a shift of occupation from one part of the site to another. And this is, don't you think that this is methodologically and archaeologically challenging if we suppose the area of the site as a basis for a population size?
Absolutely, it's a huge issue, and people have been using Bayesian statistics to look at numbers of sites or size of sites. It depends on the size of buildings, how they were used by social units. But we can also come up with scenarios and upper and lower limits and average ones, and actually follow through those to help using the data. But you're right, but it's a challenge. And in fact, a lot of data that's used today is also challenging. There are gaps in the data. So looking at patchy data isn't just an archaeological problem. It depends on the questions and the stats that you're looking at, the surveys, ways in which you measure wealth, even today, are problematic. So I think we need to perhaps take a little bit more heart in some of our data, because there's also patchiness in a range of other data. But just set the limits, as Kate said also in hers, we need to be aware of what the strengths and limitations are of particular parameters we're using.
Okay, one final comment, I suppose, from Roger Matthews.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just very briefly, I mean, Frank's question is a really good one. Why are these sites abandoned? And in a way, when it's a more general point, but when we're looking at the hilly flanks, often, the question is, how did farming come about? When did it come about? What were the processes, etc.? But an equally sort of urgent and pressing and perhaps more difficult question is, so what? What happens after that? And why does there appear to be such a collapse in the, let's say, late 8th millennium, Cal BC? Where are all the early ceramic sites? If it's such a great idea and, animals are domesticated, plants are domesticated, why don't they just spread out across these plains and get on with farming? I think there's some really interesting research to be done on that problem. Why these sites are abandoned, why it takes at least 1,000 years for things to take off. As they say in Turkey, the Chalcolithic is the real Neolithic. It's a separate set of problems, but related exactly to what Frank was asking.
But I think also at sites like Satukale, where there are early levels below these major mound sites have then developed from the Chalcolithic onwards, we've got this problem of burial of these are in prime locations, many of them, perhaps close to, and perhaps even the practicality of building on such a small mound from the Neolithic sites was another reason to found a new one. But lots of questions and scenarios to ask and follow. Thank you.
So that's a really interesting point, because I think in the Levant, in the southern Levant, we have a similar issue at around about the same time, where some of these Neolithic megasites in the end of the PPNB are abandoned, and the pottery Neolithic is spread out in much smaller, more isolated sites. So perhaps there's an issue here that's really quite widespread across the region. Okay, one final comment from Belinda before we move on to the next speaker.
Well, I just think that to add to the mix is the social tensions that arise in these groups, especially when you're moving from something that was probably more egalitarian into something in which the basic support of that society are materials that can be increasingly owned. and not shared, and where surplus then becomes uneven between production and so on. So they're sort of sowing the seeds of their own disruption. And I've wondered this a lot about abandonment of the early sites in the upper Tigris drainage, with Halanchemi being this my most prominent example, occupied 200 to 300 years. There's no evidence of resource depression. There's very little evidence of local diminution of that or climate change, but there's a huge amount of ramping up of social activities and feasting and so on, that one wonders if that just couldn't keep the group together any longer, and they disbanded and moved elsewhere. So that's another part of people living in spaces where they're supported by a system that both keeps the group together but promotes inequality within that, and making it ultimately untenable in the end.
Thank you for that. Yes, great. It's then my great pleasure to introduce Professor Julian Riel-Salvatore from the University of Montreal, who will be presenting on behalf of himself and his co-authors, Back from Beyond, ongoing work on the 1967-1974 Ganj archive. Thank you, Julian.
Thank you very much, Tobias, and thank you for the organizers for the opportunity to participate in this really terrific conference. I very much feel like a guest here, both because this is a little bit outside of my area of expertise. I'm mostly focused on the Western Mediterranean, on Paleolithic and Neolithic sites in that region. But what I'm going to present today is the preliminary results of some work that I've been doing with some graduate students at the University of Montreal, where in 2017, we relocated the material and documentation from Philip Smith's excavations at Ganj Dareh from 1967 to 1974. And so you see here a picture of the site in 1967 when it was first dug properly after a first sounding in 1965. And of course, you have a general idea of where the site is located already, but I just figured I would give you a general map here to situate the site in the central Zagros with a little bit of the excavation history here. Like I said, a lot of what I'm going to present today is a result of ongoing collaborative work with some of my graduate students at the University of Montreal. And some of this is laid out in a forthcoming paper that should be coming out very, very soon. Ganj Dareh, of course, is known for a number of elements, early evidence of goat domestication, early architecture in level T, the presence of ceramic or clay objects of various types, including figurines, such as the one that you see in the lower left, small clay pots, such as the one you see in the upper right, and a fairly extensive range of material culture that is very well preserved, including burials. And over the course of about a decade, a lot of material was pulled out of the site, which was excavated over about 20% of its surface. And much of it was shipped to Montreal for further analysis. Now, the problem with this collection, as far as we are concerned when we located it, is that we didn't exactly know what to do with it. It clearly had a lot of potential. Clearly, there was still a lot of information, but we quickly realized that a lot of what was known about the site was known about from preliminary reports, and that no actual section or stratigraphy of the site had even been published in full. And so this was the first order of business that we set about doing, trying to organize some of this documentation. And you can see here in the upper right hand the stratigraphy of the site as drawn by Smith in 1967. You can see the red line in the photograph below that indicates where that section is actually located in the site. Our main goal when we started to try to make sense of this material was to figure out the phasing, exactly what these levels corresponded to, and whether or not, based on the field documentation, we were able to go beyond just the 5-level division that Smith himself had proposed and roughly sketched in some of these preliminary field reports. We saw also that a lot of the material had not been published in any kind of synthetic fashion, and we set about trying to organize the collections to make them usable and accessible for researchers at the University of Montreal, but especially, and this is important, to researchers abroad. And I'll get back to this a little bit further, because this is one of the goals of the project at the University of Montreal. It's a different kind of sustainability than what Wendy was just talking about, but a kind of archaeological sustainability that I think is very important, and also a different grand challenge that the current generation of archaeologists is facing in many ways. And so our first order of business was to try to organize some of this material. And to give you an idea of what we have the artifacts, and you can see here on the left-hand side of the slide, a necklace that was found in burial 39 in 1974. The necklace itself is kept in a small box, which is associated with a unit number, unit 1548. And every unit is associated with both daily field notes, and proper excavation form, and then some detailed field observations for every single unit that was excavated. And so between the objects and the various types of field documentations, which are complemented also by photographs, slides, and sketches, we're actually able to get a pretty decent handle on the position and context in which some of these objects were found. And this is a Canadian loonie here for scale in the lower left-hand side. For those of you unfamiliar with Canadian currency, this is about a 50 euro cent dimension piece here. And so to give you an idea of the kind of documentation we're dealing with, you can see the master list of units that we were able to locate in Smith's documentation. You can see unit 1548, located in square 15N at a depth of about 6.55 meters, with a very, very schematic description, level attribution, and these numbers on the right-hand side are not sub-levels, but really indicators of the reliability of the context. We cross-reference this with the actual excavation form, which we found in separate binders. And you can see the unit number in the upper right-hand corner. Cross-reference this with dates. You can also see here for the little history that Brian Hess was one of the excavators of this unit here. Cross-reference this with the general field notes collected on 9th of August, 1974. You see a reference to burial 39. Cross-reference this with the field notes, detailed field notes for unit 15N, and you have a sketch of the burial 39, which was found in association with the beads that composed the necklace that I was showing you just a few minutes ago. And these field notes are complemented with ulterior, finer grained observations about the position of objects, their relationship of objects to features, to skeletons, things of that nature. And on the basis of this, we're actually able to reconstruct some really interesting information about the context of things like burials, hearts, some buildings, some features. And building on this, we decided to extrapolate from the master list and some of these field notes, a reconstruction of the site itself using GIS software. And so we moved from the master list itself, which comprises 1,602 units attributed to 11 stratigraphic levels designated by Smith himself, A, B, C, D, E, and then some in-betweens, spread over 48 squares of about 2 by 2 meters each. And with this total of 1,602 excavation units, we're able to generate a GIS model of the planimetry of the site, which you can see here. The main central area is where the architecture described by Smith in 1990 was found. And I'll be focusing especially on the West Trench. So this part here, 15I to 15L in the coming minutes. And so from here, we're able to reconstruct the distribution of the different levels. And Hajat was just mentioning a few minutes ago the fact that at Ganj Dareh, the site or the occupation of the site seems to shift over time. And this is actually very well demonstrated by the depth and distribution of the different levels according to Smith's distribution here. You can see the center of the occupation shifting from level D, where it's located just to the eastern side of the main area, to level C, which is found really mostly in the western part of the site, back to the north of the site in level B, and furthermore, or that pattern accentuates in level A. And we've created a 3D model of this, which I won't show in all of its animated glory here, but like I said, should be part of the paper that will be forthcoming. So just based on the master list, the distribution of these units, the thickness of the different units, we're already able to reconstruct quite finer grained understanding of the human occupation of the site over time, which stretches over about 600 years based on the recent fieldwork that Tobias and Hoja have been conducting at the site with their colleagues at Copenhagen and Yale University. Excuse me. We also wanted to get a better handle on the stratigraphy. Like I said, the only stratigraphy that we found was the 5-level stratigraphy that we found in some of Smith's sketches in 1967. But based on the field notes, we decided to zoom in on a small part of the site, which you see highlighted in red on the left-hand side of the slide here. And we're able to reconstruct a stratigraphy that slopes downward from the center of the site and comprises a total of 14 different stratigraphic units, including the virgin soil, which we labeled N01, and sounding, a little sondage of about 1 by 1 meter, which was dug in 1974 at the bottom of the West Trench that yielded a very small, potentially older assemblage. We also were able to distinguish between the hearts in what Smith had called level E and, excuse me, and level E proper, which is a deposit of up to 1 meter in certain cases of ashy material above it. And based on this, we were able to get a better sense of the complexity of the stratigraphy, which provides a sort of intermediate reading of the stratigraphy and the complexity of the accumulation history of the site between the 5-level division that Smith had proposed in his field work almost 50 years ago now, and the very fine-grained resolution that the recent excavation conducted at the site is able to yield. And based on the field notes, we're also able to reconstruct the planimetry of some of the different units at the site. And this is simply an idea or a representation of some of the information we're able to get for the fire pit level, what we call level H1, at the bottom of the West Trench, which we focused our attention in this study here. And so you can see the distribution of some of these fire pits, some of which contain rocks, charcoal, and other material. And you can see also a general idea of how deep these things are relative to the datum of the depth at which the virgin floor is located at the site. So you can see that they dig to about 40-45 centimeters below that level in level H1. Now, each unit at the site is also associated with what Smith called a fiche, and these fiches, these little index cards, contained information about the artifactual content of every single unit. This includes information about some of the lithic material, including worked pieces, debitage, bladelet, flake and chunks, different types of information like this, including also information about the clay tokens and sometimes the animal bones contained in some of these units. And this was extremely useful because by cross-referencing the information contained in these cards in our database with the volume that we were able to reconstruct from the GIS model, we're able to reconstruct for the West Trench, where we identified these 14 different units, the total number of retouched lithics, number of cores, total number of lithics, and figure out from that the frequency of retouch and the density of fines per per unit. And using an approach that I've developed with Michael Barton at Arizona State University over the past few years, we decided to see whether or not these data indicated anything about potential distinctions in mobility between the various levels, since Smith had postulated that level E was maybe distinct in terms of its site occupation parameters. And what we were able to show based on level H1, which is the hearth level of our reconstruction, and level P1, which is that small sounding in the Paleolithic, is that these two most basal units at the site actually show a slightly distinct lithic technological organization than the rest of the units at the site, which all cluster on a more expedient end of a continuum, whereas the basal units seem to indicate a more curated strategy that may be more aligned with a more episodic or still perhaps foraging use of the site, which would correspond to some of Smith's intuitions about the nature of human occupation. What's striking here is that level E1, the base of Ganj Dareh itself, actually clusters with the rest of the levels, even though E01 itself doesn't have architectural features, properly speaking. And so this is a slightly unexpected result from this analysis here. But we were encouraged by this in that in spite of the limitations of the material that we're working with, in spite of some of the field methodologies that vary at 50 years distance, we're still able to get some interesting behavioral signals from the collections that are curated now at the University of Montreal. And we decided to check whether or not this idea that level H1 was distinct from the rest of the sequence by looking also at the number of clay objects. And so in the forthcoming paper that I've alluded to before, we can see that level H1, which you can see here second to bottom on the left-hand side of the slide, contains no clay objects at all, whereas they're present in almost all other levels except D04, which is a plaster floor at the bottom of a small structure. And Sanaz Shervani, a PhD student associated with my lab, has also begun looking at the documentation of clay objects at the site, and based on her tabulation of the data from 1967 has been able to show that the fire pits over the entirety of the site also do not contain either figurines or geometric pieces made out of clay. And so here perhaps we have a distinction or a corresponding signal that the occupation of these fire pit levels is distinct from what happens before, above it, excuse me. Now, these clay objects are also interesting because they were isolated by Smith himself in the collections, and we've begun to actually scan in 3D some of these objects. These include some animal figurines, and you can see an example on the left-hand side of the slide here, as well as small clay objects, such as the small vase that Crépeau and Smith published in the early 80s. And so with these 3D models, ultimately what we're hoping to do is create an online repository that we will share with the Federated Research Data Repository curated by the Government of Canada to make this material accessible to researchers across the world. And this is a project that we're undertaking in collaboration with the Anthropolab at University of Montreal, which is focusing on harnessing the photogrammetric capacity of the site and the department, excuse me, and giving a full expression of the collections that we can find from the site. There's also some ongoing work characterizing the clay used to manufacture some of these objects, but the results of that, although they're really interesting, are a little bit too preliminary for me to report here. But I'm glad to maybe talk about this more personally later on. We also have tens of thousands of lithics in the collections at the University of Montreal, currently being organized and sorted in my lab. And the next step is to conduct technotypological analysis of some of these objects, preliminary descriptions, using both Smith's 5-level division and the finer grain division that we've been able to devise here, to see whether or not some of the distinctions that we propose between level H1 and E1, for instance, and the fact that level P01 might be an older occupation, whether any of that holds looking at finer grained stratigraphic, technotypological data. And we're also into process, and this was just, we found out yesterday that we got funding from the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada to do this. We're in the process now of digitizing all the field documentation and photographs, including the slides that Smith produced, in order to create this online repository that will make this data available to researchers interested in the site in the future. And we're hoping to go back to an issue that Nick Connard raised yesterday, that this set of data obtained from an extensive excavation conducted 50 years ago will be able to provide a yin to the yang of these sort of hyper-focused small scale excavations conducted with a super high resolution to give a sense of what larger, maybe a little bit coarser picture suggests about human adaptation at the beginning of the Neolithic in the Zagros, and what this tells us about both the nature of human occupations and their nature over time. And so with this, I'll stop talking now. I'll thank my sponsors. I want to highlight the work of Philip Smith here, who dutifully collected all of this information. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting us to participate here, and various people that I've been able to talk to over the years about this.
So are we doing questions now?
Yeah, you're on.
Okay. Hi, Julian. Wonderful talk. I have two things. I have a question, sort of specific questions, but one just a general comment, because as a museum person, this kind of work warms my heart.
Sure.
And the importance of these curated collections, some from, you know, practically the Pleistocene, the 50s and 60s and 70s, and how even though they do have a coarser grain view, they may have more material than we'll ever get now, absolutely, especially with areas being close to us. And they are a wealth of information, and I've certainly made a career out of it. But the importance of these kind of projects that are trying to bring the archival materials together with the collections themselves. And we've engaged on another similar project for the Shanidar and Zawakemi Shanidar collections that before Ralph Leckie passed away a year or so ago, we worked with him and Rose in bringing all of the records from the excavations to the Smithsonian, organizing them. And there is a quantity for people that may be interested on the material from both the Shanidar Cave, seasons 1 through 3, and a little bit of 4, as well as Zawakemi material is stored at the Smithsonian with all the records there. So there is now ample opportunity to have access to that. So these are, I think, absolutely critical, and making these available to people is going to be, I think, a great resource. But my specific questions are about these lower levels. First of all, just an idea of the diameter of those fire pits, and also the dates. And I seem to remember from your paper, we really don't have dates for those lowest levels. All the dates that I ran were maybe from level E proper, and you have a few new dates, but not from those. So do we know anything about the dates of those very earliest fire installations and the H1 and the P1 levels?
Well, I don't have any new dates to report, but I know that Hojat and Tobias have a whole battery of new dates for the site. And they actually, if I remember this correctly, and you guys can correct me, these new dates seem to actually go against what we've argued, that there's a deep separation between the time of the hearts and level E above. So this is, I guess this is science, right? You propose something and then people test it, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, and that's absolutely fine. But yeah, no, we don't have new dates proper for level H1. Although with this new funding, we had proposed to do this. I'm going to have to sit down and actually think about how I want to do this, because because I think you guys have something on the order of 60 or 70 dates now for the site. Is that
at least 50, I think,
yeah.
we have from all levels, including the so-called fire pits. And those dates are basically, they're all pretty much the same, from Smith's level E to level A, all around 8,200 to 7,800 calibrated BC.
Yeah. So I don't want to throw away money at dates that aren't going to be useful either. So I'm going to have to probably talk to you guys a little bit more about how to coordinate for this. And
we can look for faunal material from those levels as well. That might be.
That's true. Yeah. So. Yeah, it might be interesting, but I should mention also that there are sediment samples and C14 samples and groundstone samples, like the entire collection except for the animal bones and the human remains is housed at the University of Montreal. And so we do have quite a bit of material that I'm still sorting through. Like I mentioned, I have several other projects in the Western Mediterranean that I'm juggling at the same time. And so these past few months with restrictions on travel have been great to be able to focus on some of this. And I really, in a way, kind of appreciate the opportunity of not being in the field proper, but it's still very much in the beginning phases. We're getting this project off the ground and trying to do it right as opposed to rushing through it and kind of missing some crucial first steps here. It's definitely an art and a science to curate some of this material, and so we're trying to do this right.
And the diameter of the pits?
The diameter of the pits is not much greater than about a meter.
Okay.
Can maybe show, well, yeah, I think the biggest one is maybe 1.5 meters across or something like that, based on the field notes that we have. And maybe Rajat or Tobias can add something to this, since they've re-excavated some of them. But
that's what we saw in the old west cut that Smith excavated. Yeah, it's about the right size, sort of 1.5 meters across. And in some of those, there was still sediment in situ, which we sampled, and from where we have the dates as well. Yeah, so about 4 or 5 dates, I think, from the fire pits. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much again, Julian. Nice to see you. And now supposed to move on to the next talk, except we're not quite sure whether the presenting speaker has been able to log in. Has he? No. Seems to be a bit of a problem there. I don't know if any of the other co-authors on that paper that are present might be able to present it instead. Judith or Marjan Mashpour. Just surprise them. No, okay.
Yeah, so really sorry, I had no clue for it, actually.
Okay.
I had no contact with Hussein the last days. I'm sorry for that.
Okay, all right. I think.
Hello, excuse me.
Hi, Marjan. Hi.
This is Marjan. Excuse me. So I'm very surprised that Arash Akbari has not sent his presentation, because as far as Margareta and myself were concerned, in this paper we had made the recording of our slides and sent it to him 2 days ago, and I checked with him, and so I don't understand really why it is not done, because it was done on our part anyhow.
Yeah. Thank you. We are in contact with him and trying to get him to. We keep.
I have his number. I could maybe try to check with him.
Yeah, I think Camilla has him on email, and
I mean, I have him on WhatsApp, so maybe try to.
I would suggest maybe if you can talk to him, and we have actually 2 cancellations also tomorrow. So if he could send the talk maybe for tonight or tomorrow, or then it could be on tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Then I would say we take a short break now, which was scheduled to do anyway, because we're running, over time, and we will be back at 10 to 3 Copenhagen time, which will be in about 30 minutes. So opportunity to take a break.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Perhaps. 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 Perhaps.
Camilla, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, Camilla, I just talked to Afshin Akbari. He had a problem in getting into the chat with the link.
Yeah, that's what we thought. Yeah.
Yes, and he told me that he had sent you several emails and then you sent several links and it didn't work, and anyhow, and he had sent his presentation. So I don't know if you got it or not, or if it's too late right now.
Is when did he send it?
Well, he's telling me that he has just sent it right now. So
right now, I didn't receive it yet.
Oh,
let's see.
So I don't know with whom he's in contact. Really, this is very surprising. Is he in touch with the right person? I'm wondering really.
Okay, so he sent it to
We have it.
Esther,
We
so
have
maybe.
Oh, you have it.
Okay.
Okay, so then you have it, and everything is then recorded. So I don't know. I told him about what you said, your proposition that tomorrow it's possible also. So then you just manage that. Okay.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
See you.
Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the last session of the second day of the conference. So the first speaker of this session is Dr. Ingrid Iversen, Reading University. She's going to talk about the spatial organization of activities, the need to look outside. It's over to you, Dr. Iversen.
Right. Can you see what my screen or?
Yeah.
So now I just need to. Is that working?
Great.
Okay, so I'm going to be talking about the. Oh, sorry, went a bit fast. The spatial organization of activities at the site of Bestansur, and really make the case for the need to look outside. And this is us walking to the site outside, the team. Braidwood and team recognized that the transition to a settled village life was characterized by a socio-cultural environment which was very different to that of the hunter-gatherer societies. They talked about the technical and the moral order, and this really fits into the moral order, is how people lived, how societies were organized. People were now living under much closer proximity and probably in larger numbers, though we've heard some discussion about what that might actually mean. And there was also a much greater emphasis on the repeated use of space. It's interesting to consider how the potential tensions arising were managed, and the spatial management of activities gives us some answers to that, I would argue. I'm going to look at the spatial distribution of different activities across the settlement of Bestansur, and many, in fact, most activities for which there is a trace took place in outside areas. The built environment can create boundaries and guides actions and interactions, but so do repetitive activities. They both shape and are shaped by those involved. The rules of what happens where were well understood. Frank Hall's observation that by listening, watching, and emulating, people knew what to do is really very apt. The fact that activities are happening outside is also increases visibility, and therefore people could see what was being done where. I think that the concept of taskscapes, which is introduced by Ingold, is a useful one. He argues that activities are undertaken in relation to other people and other tasks, and it is one I will draw on as I look at the activities at the site of Bestansur and the communal aspects of life in that community. Roger Matthews introduced the Mantika project, and I'm going to draw on certain aspects of it, primarily looking at the site of, well, only looking at the site of Bestansur, which is dates to the early Neolithic, sort of mid 8th century, and has had 8 seasons of excavations and data collection, of which my particular focus has been the micro artifacts. Within the project of the work packages, my focus is on both the activity areas, the fields of action, and the making of space into lived place. This is on work package 3. And also looking at the integrated macro and microarchaeological approaches that were used. It's quite important that while the micro artifacts have been the focus of my work, I have to draw on the macro as well, and the two go together. I'm assuming that the different areas of the site were broadly contemporary, or at least were contemporary in the sense of a community where the similar things were happening even over a few hundred years. So I'll be comparing different parts of the site as if they were completely contemporary. Just a brief introduction as to what exactly the data is that I'll be looking at. And it's microarchaeology, which is somewhat distinct from micromorphology. So it's taking samples across a much wider space, but not in such fine detail. So I don't use, it's not microscopic. The size of the artifacts are between 1 millimeter and 1 centimeter. So things over a centimeter go into the macro as far as I'm concerned. The process is first that samples are collected from all contexts. On average, that was about 25 liters per context, but also in certain circumstances, more was collected. So there might be, if it was a feature, there might be the whole thing. If we were wanting to look in finer detail at spatial differentiation, spaces were gridded and samples collected from each part of the context, but also in some cases that there was the sense that we wanted to make sure that everything was picked up. And that was particularly the case in burials, where there was a focus on making sure that all the beads and other artifacts associated with burials were included. The samples are then floated or wet sieved. In the case of best and sour, mainly floated, it has to be said. The dried heavy residue is then sieved by size, and by doing that, it does help in the sorting, but also in the analysis. After it's sorted, and this I was ably assisted, in fact, they did it all by the women of best and sour, who became very adept at this over time, and sorted by material. And the main material that was pulled out was chip stone, animal bone, shell, and fired clay, in the latter in lesser frequencies. It's then, the materials then weighed and counted and recorded, and the density calculated. And the density is calculated relative to the volume that's been collected and floated. It's then passed on to the specialists, and I would say thank you here to Roger Matthews and Robin Bendry, who then did further analysis and fed back what they were finding, whether lithic debitage and where it was possible, what bones, animal bones, were identified. And that feeds into my analysis, which I'll get on to shortly. It's interesting and useful to just have a quick think about how the artifacts enter the archaeological record. And here, just looking at the formation processes, what activities might have been behind them ending up as micro artifacts. And one reason for doing this is that micro artifacts are more likely to be found in context of use because of their size. They're less likely to have been moved out of the way, and they also might have been missed in clearing up. But each of the types of materials I'm looking at here, which are the ones that were ubiquitous at best and sour, have a series of activities that might have resulted in them ending up. And it's not always possible to say what they are, but it's worth considering them. And I will as I go through looking at the results. There is also, that care has to be taken also that some things might be intrusive. So in all of this, it's important to question and to introduce caution from time to time. So my proposal is that there are clear differences between external areas and inside buildings when you look at the density of micro artifacts. And this chart shows that very clearly. I've grouped the context, the samples, by the type of context, by the type of space being looked at. And you can see that the internal areas inside buildings, much lower density than the external open areas. A couple of things to mention here is that there's no real evidence for middens at Western-Sur, except for maybe mollusk middens, which I'll come on to later. But some areas do have higher density than others. And I would also point out here that I'm not giving a label to what the area is, what the space is. That's done by the excavator. So it's not after the fact. It's not because I found a high density sample, I thought, oh, that must be a midden. That isn't how it's working. But middens, it's probably not right to call them middens, even though, yeah, they were characterized as that. One other thing to note is that burials, I don't include human bone in the collection of artifacts. So the burials would otherwise, some of them would have very high density of human bone, but nothing else. Looking at this in a bit more finer detail, we can see by internal spaces really don't have much variation. There is a bit of higher density in fire installations, internal fire installations, but that's nearly all fired clay. So I would still say that was a very clean space. And as I mentioned before, the external areas that have been given the label of midden do have higher density of material. Now, another way to show this is to look at the different spaces. And here you see a plan of trench 10, the inside and out. And I've ordered the spaces by going from south to north and looked at the difference between the external spaces and the internal. The external one are in the darker orange. And as you go in from here, you can see that by the time you get into the space 50 here, it's really very clean. And also the areas that, the spaces going in. Then on the outside, this is one of the external spaces. It goes up again. So it is clear that inside buildings were very clean. The space 48, which Kate talked about, is higher, and that again is fired clay. Now looking at some of the external areas, which is really the key interest to me here. And I need to move this. I can't see, sorry. In this is in Trench 7, which lies to the west of the mound and was excavated in the first couple of seasons. And there was a very visible series of surfaces with animal bone, mollusks, and chipstone tools lying flat. We did do an extensive sampling across the space, and while there was some variation in the density, it wasn't so marked. But the visible, the macro, if you like, did show as a series of discrete events. The space was used for a range of activities, and it seems as if the disposal of debris was close by and sealed by layers of packing, which is something we'll see in another space I look at. I would say that this was an area of social interaction and of so group activity. We have eating events shown by this cluster of mollusks. Here, the detail from the specialists is key in trying to interpret what was going on in this space. Another occupation space was in Trench 10 on the other side of the mound. And here again, there was surfaces with a number of artifacts lying flat and subsequent layers of packing. The excavators observed this, and you can see this in the plan here. There are spots with a high density of chipped stone, shown by the blue color here in there, and also another area, larger area, with density of animal bone. So there was chipped stone working, given the high proportion of debitage, and I'll come to this a bit more, and also the processing of animal bone. There was certainly some evidence of craft activities, and this area also produced quite a lot of tokens or clay shapes, and also some worked bone. And some of the bits of worked bone included the process of working it. So it was possible they were working there. And as within Trench 7, they were eating events with little clusters of mollusks. I like to think of this as them having as they're working on their various tasks, they're also sitting around having a few mollusks as a snack. There are three main activities seen in the three main types of micro artifacts I'm looking at. And in several cases, there's clear repetition of these activities in the same space. And the first one I'm looking at here is chipped stone. And I'm going to go a bit faster, sorry. And there are a couple of spaces where there was chipped stone napping, both in 7 and in Trench 10. And one reason we believe that is because the higher than average proportion of debitage. So less obsidian than the average for the site, and also less of tools. And so this, thinking back to the formation processes, it looks as if this was tool manufacture or maybe repair rather than anything else. Another activity is animal bone. And here again, there were two main places I look at where there was a concentration of animal bone. One in Trench 9, where there were signs of butchery and based on the mix of bone, and also evidence of burning. So it was characterized as industrial, the activities there relating to bone going on. In Trench 10, intensity was lower and the frequency was lower. And as we've seen, it was contained within one area, and the evidence for other activities suggest a more communal activity there. And then mollusks. Mollusks are very visible during excavation and in samples, and a bit of a pain when it comes to flotation, and are found across the site, as are other Neolithic sites in the region in great quantities, considerable. And Jarmo, they measured them in boxes, and they recorded that there were 2 million cubic feet. Oh, sorry, two cubic meters, sorry, of length. By quantifying them, I think it allows a better understanding of the spatial patterns. And so I looked at different definitions or different types of collections of mollusks, clusters, as we've seen, where they were found in significant numbers, often evidence of cooking and associated with other activities, and also middens. And this I do believe is middens. The shells are not fragmented, and they cover a large area, and it appears as if there were repeated episodes of deposition. So in conclusion, I think that examination of outside spaces really does help in understanding the actions and activities of the people who lived at Westenso. The spatial management of those activities, I think, was very important for social cohesion, and the rules were learned and adhered to by the settled community. And my last thing is to say that microarchaeology is well suited to the task of trying to gauge what's going on in external spaces. Thank you. Oh. Thank you very much.
I think we are a little bit behind the scheduled time, so please keep
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, no problem. Please keep your question coming until the end of the session. So let's move on to the second lecture, which is by Alessandro Guagenti, who is going to talk about multi-scalar analysis of early built environments in the Eastern Fertile Crescent. I would pass the word to you, please.
Good. Thank you. Can you see my screen okay? And can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Fantastic. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alessandro Guagenti, and I'm a PhD researcher at the University of Reading, based also within the CNAP Mentica team. And my presentation today is based on my PhD work on studying early agricultural built environments in the Eastern Fertile Crescent. And just before I start, I want to say thank you very much to the organisers for the opportunity to present my ongoing research here at this conference. So alongside increasing global sedentism and rising urbanisation, the number of journals and publications dedicated to the study of built environments attests to its importance as an area of research. The study of built environments examines the processes and products of humans inhabit the world through the construction of space. In all their variety and complexity, they are part and parcel of the fundamental process of inhabiting the world. And archaeology has a significant role to play in contributing to these discussions on built environments. Its unique contribution can be seen in a number of recent publications, a couple of images at the bottom there, which integrate research into wider academic discussions and global issues. And increasing sedentism constitutes a hallmark of the transition from the late Epipaleolithic to early Neolithic, and offers the opportunity to study early built environments at an important moment in human history. The rise of built environments in increasingly sedentary societies led to significant changes in the ways people lived and interacted in and with the world. These changes, with both positive and negative impacts at the time, led to evolving lifestyles and lasting results down to today. And the region of a large data set which to draw on to look at this, but the focus has largely been on the Western Fertile Crescent. And the pioneering work undertaken in the 50s and 60s in the Eastern Fertile Crescent identified a number of key sites and provided insights into the Neolithic of the region, the Neolithic communities and their built environments. Pioneering approaches of interdisciplinary teams brought about new ideas and approaches as well as new questions. But unfortunately, much of the work was cut short and in some cases not fully published, as we've already heard. The return of projects to the region in the last 2 decades has provided the opportunity to pursue this promising early work with increased excavation at new sites and also revisiting earlier sites. So my aims are to investigate how Neolithic built environments in the Eastern Fertile Crescent were constructed and sustained, and how these built environments inform on our understanding of the communities. And furthermore, how Neolithic people within these communities understood and interacted within the worlds which they lived. And I want to do this by examining life histories of buildings, spaces, and built environments more generally, the relations and interactions evident within them, and by comparative contextual analysis. So a little bit about context, and the early work undertaken in the Eastern Fertile Crescent produced significant contribution to the explanatory theories of the Neolithic, shaping the study of this period. But today, instead of considering the Neolithic revolution as an event or moment in a linear trajectory, more recent research investigates the Neolithic as a process of becoming, examining multi-causal approaches and investigating interregional comparisons. It is recognized that the past theoretical approaches all have value, and key theories relate to environmental change and human environment interactions, population and demography, changing social relations, and ideology. Now, for the study of built environments more generally, linear approaches have documented a change from circular to rectangular structures, which become increasingly complex over time, as do settlements. Alongside this, we see an increase in technology, material, and architectural knowledge, and settlements demonstrate increased spatial planning and organization, notably evidenced by the rising numbers of communal and sacred structures. Now, trends are evident at the macro scale. Increasing evidence at high resolutions from excavations and surveys highlight considerable regional and local variation in early built environments. And this demonstrates that there are different trajectories in early sedentism and how communities were created and sustained. Generally, past research has focused on building plans and layout and the study of social and economic relations, demography, storage, and burial practices, and argued for increasing privatization. But new research regards built environments as the assembling and coming together of multiple elements, and therefore need to be analysed from a range of perspectives. Thus, in studying early built environments, one can look at how the move to increasingly sedentary sedentary lifestyles involved changes in the ways humans interacted with environments, including landscapes, resources, animals, plants, and atmospheres. And also how in the creation, use, and sustenance of built environments, these communities developed new concepts, perceptions on how to live together and cope with the world. So in order to investigate this, I try to create a theoretical framework that is holistic, multiscalar, and interdisciplinary, and I focus on 3 main theoretical approaches. Assemblage theory, which is increasingly used in archaeology, focuses on the multiple processes, agencies, and elements that interact and come together to form a complex whole. Itself, it is inherently multiscalar. I explore the different aspects seen under the heading of modality in the graph in the table to the right there. I explore the different aspects, affordances, and meaning of built environments through the application of Herman Dooyeweerd's holistic interdisciplinary theory, which draws on the concept of encapsis related to the study of anatomy to investigate modality, meaning, and sustainability. And I also employ a building biography approach to study change over time more adequately, which isn't dealt with so much in the previous 2 theoretical approaches. So to explore these, I needed a methodology that reflected my theoretical perspective, and I employ GIS, spatial analysis, contextual analysis of excavation records, and micromorphology to consider the macro, meso, and micro scales. And I use GIS. It provides me a database for all of my data sets, within which I also undertake a series of analyses, those being site location analysis, which helps us investigate human-environment interactions. And I use agent-based modeling and visibility analysis to examine how individuals and communities interacted and perceived their landscapes and study the activities associated with the life history of built environments. And the aim of this methodological approach is threefold. One, obviously, to integrate diverse data sets, but also to consider how built environments extend out into their landscapes, and to investigate the engagement and interaction between those communities, the people within the communities and their environments. So firstly, I designed and built a GIS database in QGIS and I revisited archive material as well as brought in current excavation data mainly from Best Answer, but also from other sites as well. And I integrated 8 seasons of excavation data at Best Answer at multiple scales for landscape, settlement, building space and deposit. And there's just some images as an example of that there. Now, whilst the previous approaches provide ways in which to consider the macro and meso scales of analysis, they lack the ability to provide high resolution data on specific events, processes and activities. Areas and periods of more discrete spatial activity comprising smaller timescales are rarely recovered during regular excavation and sampling techniques. However, micromorphology provides an analytical avenue in which we can examine the archaeological record at this higher resolution and at temporal scales closer to lived experiences and decision-making. So micromorphology provides information with which to understand architecture, the selection and procurement of raw materials, technological knowledge and processes, site formation processes, taphonomic processes, and continuity and change in social relations. So this integrated approach looks at human-environment interactions, social relations, life cycles of built environments, modality, meaning, and sustainability. And my work is part of the ERC Mentor project, which has been previously introduced and looks at 5 key sites across the region in different ecological zones. But the current focus of the research is at the pre-pottery Neolithic site of Best Answer, which has been formally introduced by the team members at this conference. And current excavations are ongoing in Trench 10 on the eastern side of the mound, which has 6 separate buildings, the largest of which is Building 5 in the centre of the trench there. And I'm focusing on Trench 10 to investigate the built environment at this neighbourhood scale because we've got a much bigger size excavation there. And we're planning to, extend that excavation as well. That's where most of my micromorphology samples come from to study variation in architecture and space. So very quickly to go over the preliminary results, largely based on the last field season. The preliminary results of the GIS analysis show that the site of Best Answer occupies a location which provided a variety of resources, most notable of which were a proximate spring, wetlands and ensuing stream. The site itself occupies a safe topographic position, drained to the east and west by small temporary streams which are likely to have shifted over time. These streams provided alluvial deposits suited to the growing of plants and crops and the construction of earthen buildings. Clay sources with mineral inclusions provided a partially tempered material to construct with naturally occurring limestone fragments, helping to reduce shrinkage of mud bricks. Surrounding the site within half a day's travel were a variety of resources and other environmental relocations, and a variety of stone resources from the surrounding area provided material to manufacture tools used in the construction process. So the preliminary space syntax analysis has also been undertaken in relation to the later Neolithic levels corresponding to the contemporary or roughly contemporary buildings 5, 9, 10 and 12. But this is currently limited, this analysis, because of the current state of the limits of excavations and incompletely understood or excavated building plans, which will be dealt with in future field seasons. Nevertheless, at this latter level, the modelling shows that there was high movement and visual connectivity in areas where trampled deposits have been located outside of Building 5, which highlights the importance of some of the porticoed entrances. The connectivity between Building 5 and a refuse area to the south was very low, and to the east of the trench, open spaces were again the main focus of movement and activity. Now, the previous micromorphology sampling focused on activity, residues and floor layers. Therefore, a key focus of the last field season was on sampling in situ walls across the site prior to their removal or any further damage from exposure. A total of 22 blocks were taken during the 2019 field season. And overall, just very briefly, these samples show variability and similarities, both spatially and chronologically. And that's in form, size, structure, composition, temper, also technological skills, process of construction, and processes of degradation and erosion. I'll just quickly summarize some of those samples related to the later levels, which is in line with the space syntax analysis. So sample 3156 from the western wall showed consistency in construction techniques and materials and the mud brick composition, whereas 3198 from the threshold of the building 5 investigated the temporal relationship between the two overlying buildings of 8 and 5, as did sample 3197. Both show there's a clear distinction in the source material of the two buildings. The earlier is from deposits adjacent to the stream identified in the 2014 borehole survey, and the latter building, like seen in sample 3156, is from colluvial deposits with carbonates from a local outcrop. Interestingly, thin clay-rich layers and clay infills are present in this deposit, which may be suggestive of rapid in situ mixing, indicating an episode of leveling over the top of the wall in which they immediately rebuild it, or quite quickly rebuilt on outcrops of building 8's wall, which might have been visible. Sample 3197 from the southeast corner of building 5 and 8 constitutes wall 38 and 50 respectively. And there's a consistency in building form, structure, and technological knowledge in relation to the other samples. There's also evidence that these buildings in this southeast corner So very quickly, we can begin to consider the life histories of built environments as represented just from the current results in Trench 10 at Bestançon. The construction of buildings would have been undertaken in a series of phases. During the phase prior to building, members of the community would have had to collect resources for construction and make important choices regarding the selection of material labor, material, the selection of source material and their fabrication and operations associated with the access to and labor, and the aesthetic properties of the plastered and painted buildings. Furthermore, large mud bricks and the significant numbers required for building provide insights into labor and energy costs, alongside social organization and interaction between communities and groups. To construct the large size of the buildings, a range of material from different locations would have been a major project involving a number of individuals with a range of skills. Their construction would have been a significant historical event for the community, bringing together resources, people, knowledge, experience, and skills, and offering a place in which relationships and roles were played out and negotiated. The spatial analysis also indicates careful planning. As an example, small spaces in the portico of Building 5 allowed for a degree of physical and visual connectivity with external activity areas, while simultaneously controlling access to interior spaces. The narrow thresholds to interior spaces further controlled access and flows of movement, thus maintaining privacy, whilst also controlling the atmospheric elements such as heat and sunlight. The dismantling and destruction of the buildings would have provided a significant historical moment for the community as well. And to dismantle and deconstruct them would have been a planned event entwined with future visions and also memories. Although buildings were purposefully destroyed, they continued to retain memories of earlier practices previously undertaken and important to the community, demonstrating that these buildings continue to provide an important role. The buildings at Bestançon range in size and complexity and plan, and further research will investigate how these relate to differences in uses and activities. So the results briefly presented here demonstrate the potential of this research and how continued study will inform on human-environment interactions, social relations, life cycles of built environments, and modality, meaning, and sustainability. And a quick note on future plans. Last season, we extended Trench 10 and came down onto Neolithic deposits, which were in the, where's my mouse? In the east of the trench. But as you can see, some of the walls, the alignment of the walls need further definition and excavation. And also some of the external areas there need further investigation as well and definition. So that's plans for the next season. We also extended the excavation to the north and to the west. And we took down a couple of meters or so of deposits in those areas and began to get close to the Neolithic levels, which the next season will take down roughly another meter or so, maybe slightly less in some areas, and come down onto the Neolithic levels. And that will mean that the excavation of Trench 10 will cover an area of measuring roughly 700 square meters, which is about 7% of the projected settlement, or what we've seen in the test pits at least. And in these areas, we can see a number of features running off. There's walls going off to on the similar alignment there, and we've seen them in test pits in that area as well. And revealing this larger neighborhood scale with clear definitions is essential for the use of the space syntax analysis, which I began doing and have been briefly presented here. My sampling strategy as well will continue to sample the architectural elements, but importantly, as we go down through these internal sequences of the building layers, we'll get full internal micromorphology sampling of the stratigraphic sequences there as well. So we'll be able to link all of that together and get better narratives for those building biographies. And whilst excavating at those larger areas, that's 700 square meters, we also intend to continue excavating to depth through earlier deposits in selected areas of the trench. So here we can see a plan for going down through below building 5 and starting to investigate the relationships between buildings at an earlier phase of the site. Not only that, we will also undertake targeted excavations for deeper excavations in other areas of the trench to try and reach material which demonstrates the time depth of the settlement, which we know is quite considerable, and also recover better preserved material. So I'll finish there, and I want to say thank you again, and thank you for listening to everyone, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Alessandro. Quickly, let's move on to the next talk, which is by Dr. David Mott, Reading University. He will be talking about the pecked stone getting peckish, round stone and footways at early Neolithic Bestançon. It's over to you, Dr. Mott.
Thank you. I'm hoping you can see my presentation.
Not yet.
I'm trying to it's not giving me an option to share my presentation, but it shows.
There we go.
Okay.
That's it. Good.
Well, we can see your desktop.
Your desktop.
That's good. What I like is for it to share the actual PowerPoint presentation. I will put the presentation on the whole desktop.
Okay.
I just like that to disappear. Right, is that visible to people?
Okay,
yes.
Yeah.
Good. It's another one from Bestançon, and it's about groundstone and foodways. What I want to do, two aims for this presentation. Firstly, to give a brief overview of how the study of groundstone tools has developed since the Braidwoods excavations in the 1950s. And second, to consider the question of foodways at Bestançon, an example of a small early Neolithic community which is making the transition from food collection to food production as a settled community. What can groundstone artifacts tell us about the procurement, preparation and consumption of food by the villagers of Neolithic Western Sur? The study of groundstone tools in the first half of the 20th century tended to give a basic typology and a quantitative record of groundstone items, but with little information about their context, the associated finds, possible uses, or their significance to the research questions the excavation wanted to answer. This is an example from the Western Fertile Crescent, an excavation site report from the 1940s. A small number of groundstone tools, including 2 quern fragments and a groove stone, were recovered. Well, it's probably accurate, but it really doesn't tell us much about the Neolithic. Braidwood and Howe, in their 1960 prehistoric investigations in Iraqi Kurdistan, took a more positive approach. They said they wanted to pursue an idea archaeology aimed at broad culture historical problems in which antiquities as such are meaningless save as tools for the understanding of the ways of mankind. Their work in Iraqi Kurdistan and the work of Hole and colleagues on the Delaran Plain reflected this approach. They detailed their groundstone classification and terminology. They gave precise numbers and locations, and they have wonderful illustrations such as this from the Delaran Plain report, an illustration, I think, by Nancy Flannery, showing an area of Ali Kosh with all sorts of different groundstones, all labelled, the locations of other features such as burials, ovens. That is something you can really, I think, start to use groundstone to interpret what's going on the site. Groundstone tool research since the 1950s has had a number of significant developments. Firstly, work on classification and terminology. Secondly, an understanding that form doesn't necessarily show you the function. Features such as the context, associated artifacts and biofacts help to determine what the function of the stone might have been. And more modern approaches to analysis and interpretation, such as petrography, PXRF, analysis of use wear and residues, experimental replication, ethnographic analogy, and object biography and 3D recording are also important. Ethnographic analogy, I think, is very important. This picture shows a woman from afar in East Africa using a stone slab to grind henna. The use of stone in everyday life all over the world, I think, is diminishing, and I think it's really important that ethnographic information is recorded. This is the Western Sur groundstone assemblage, a total of 484 tools, which is a low number if you think of a site, a village that was occupied for 600 or 700 years. Most of the stones are recognizably Neolithic in form, although they don't all come from the Neolithic levels. Some came from the topsoil, where I think they were washed down from the mound. Others were on the surface, having been disturbed by ploughing. There are individual stones and there are groups of stones which look like toolkits or sets. There's a lot of debitage. That tends not to get picked out in excavation, but from sieving and from heavy residue of flotation, it becomes apparent that it is debitage. Classification of groundstones tends to be by modes of action rather than the specific function. A quern isn't necessarily something that's just been used for grinding cereals. Groundstones tend to have long use lives, perhaps decades, maybe even centuries. And during those use lives, they will have been used for many different functions. Foodways then at Western Sur. What objectives might there have been for an early Neolithic community? These are, I've derived from the United Nations Strategic Development Goals. Safe and nutritious food all year round, minimal malnutrition, and I think one needs to take into account the needs of children and older people who don't have teeth. They would have needed a sustainable food supply, and in the location of Beston-sur, they had a range of ecotones easily accessible. The key thing, I think, for the Neolithic is intensification and diversity. Growing stocks, growing crops, herding livestock, overproduction and storage, and the ability to share and exchange food. And last, I think there's a role for foodways in building communities at a practical level in sustaining an adequate population size, but also in building social cohesion. And these ideas are the content of the Mentica's work package 2. Raw material sources at Beston-sur, 98% of the stone was local from a big outcrop of limestone close to the excavation site, from a river, and those were limestone, sandstone and chert. The limestone was good quality. It was hard, so it was long lasting. It was well cemented, and that reduced the dental wear and dental damage from dislodged grit in food. About 2% of the stone, more the metamorphic and I've lost the word, but granite, gabbro and marble came from the Pendrain area 20 to 30 kilometres away, higher up in the Zedros. We can see in the assemblage manufacturing processes. The stones on the left are big chunks ready to be made into preforms, such as that one and that one, and a range of different kinds of tool. You can see there that there's not a lot of great design or craftsmanship in there. The tools tended to be made to what we would call good enough standard. There is also a lot of debitage on the site, and that's helpful to give you an idea of where tools were made and curated. So turning to different aspects of food waste. First one is growing and harvesting. Beston-sur in Kurdish means red garden. It is a very fertile area, and the soil is, a lot of it is alluvial sandstone. There weren't many, well, in fact, there were hardly any groundstone tools relating to growing and harvesting. You may think it odd that I've started analysis with things that weren't actually there, but bear with me. The things that were missing that you might expect to be there were axes, which in other excavations people have assumed were likely to have been used to clear the ground. We think there were relatively few trees in the area in the Neolithic, and that may be why you didn't need axes to clear the ground. There are no agricultural tools like hoes, and I think the two possible reasons for that. One is maybe their agriculture wasn't sufficiently advanced for them to need hoes. For the modern gardener, weeds are a nuisance and you use a hoe to clear them. In the Neolithic, perhaps weeds were just another source of vegetable food. The other possibility is that the hoes were left in the cultivated parts of the village, and we just haven't got to those yet in our excavation. Now for some things that were there. Hunting and fishing. Top left is a grooved abrader. Those are common in the Fertile Crescent and are thought to have been used for straightening wood for arrow shafts. We've only found this one, and I'm a bit doubtful about it anyway. I think given that there wasn't much wood there, but they were close to the river, they may well have used reeds as arrow shafts, which wouldn't have needed straightening. Below that, there's a bowler's ball with percussion marks all over it, presumably strung with others and used to bring down wild animals. Bottom left is what I think is a fishing weight, although I've seen them near Jarmo today used as thatch weights. The river is fairly shallow, but there are pools which are deeper. And top right, you can see a collection of stones, a group of stones, which I think were fishing net weights used to weigh down a gill net. The bottom right shows a close-up of one of them, and you can perhaps just see on that casings from a freshwater worm. Those take about 14 days to form. So I think the net with its weights at the bottom was left in the water for long periods, and people would just collect fish that got stuck in the net. Groundstone has a role too in processing food before cooking. Not so much in butchery, because if you're doing butchery, I think what you need is a sharp edge, and that's likely to have been chipped stone, chert. But bone in particular could be processed to remove marrow and to be boiled down for grease. And top right is a stone where I've wetted it, and you can see the percussion marks on it. You can see also Robin Bendry doing a bit of experimental archaeology below that, bashing bones to get the goodies out of them. Another type of stones were used for dehusking, grinding and pounding. On the left, there's a nice 3D recording by Hirin Daru. It's false colours, you'll be relieved to know. In the middle, there are mortars. The centre photograph is a boulder mortar, which is an old type of tool. In the Eastern Fertile Crescent, the Western Fertile Crescent, they're common in Natufian sites. So it's quite possible that this mortar is older than the actual settlement at Beston-sur and might have been brought there. Bottom centre is two fragments of a large mortar, much larger than the norm. Top right is a more conventional size. Then we have some pestles. There were only 6 stone pestles at Beston-sur. The middle one here has got quite a rough surface. So if you were pounding meat or wet material such as vegetables, tubers, roots, that would have given you a good grip. The bottom right is a more well-made conical muller. That was the one that was in the fire installation that Kate Dudgeon referred to. Probably used to pound ash from burnt reeds. I'm not quite sure what purpose that would be, perhaps for material to make plaster. There are quite a lot of stones relating to preserving, cooking and consumption of food. Parching food so it could be preserved, roasting on hot stones. The bottom left stones here have been used for cooking. You can see the underside of them with marks of burning. Top left is stones used in a hearth. Bottom right is another stone that seems to have been on a fire. Top right is a vessel fragment. We have no complete vessels at Beston-sur. Excuse me. They're only fragments. So presumably when the village was abandoned, people took their vessels with them. End of life for people, for buildings, for tools. And there seems to be links between them. Food tools are often deliberately fragmented, even though they haven't been worn out, and they're deposited upside down, as if to signify that their use as a food tool is over. You can see bottom right a quadrant of a mortar with in its corner some quite big marks where it's been bashed. The large mortar here, that has got to be deliberate fragmentation. If you dropped it, it wouldn't break like that. There seems to be a link between stone tools used for food and end of life for people. This photo shows part of the space 50 with all the burials in. And just inside the entrance here, that's a quern. And over in space 48, which Kate also referred to, a fire installation as part of the same building. That's the burning. And on top of it, there's an inverted mortar. So there's hints, I think, of a link between food stone tools and end of life. Foodways have a social role as well as the nutritional aspects. People who've been to Kurdistan will recognize what people do on their days off. They go out for picnics to the countryside and have a meal. They have wedding feasts. Here's one with dozens of chairs, dozens of guests. That's what people do. Foodways are about social events. Bottom right is an interesting example. Naima is one of the villagers in Bestancer, and she showed me a quern. It's not Neolithic. She thinks it's about 130 years old. She uses it for a specific meal, crushing bulgur wheat in the winter. And an interesting bit of ethnography. It was given to her by her mother when she married, and it was given to her mother by her grandmother when she married. And that seems to be a tradition in, certainly in Iraqi Kurdistan. Karen Wright from UCL drew my attention to a 3rd millennium BC text in Mesopotamia, which described exactly the same thing, a mother giving a quern to her daughter when she married. So this seems to be a tradition that goes back maybe 5,000 years, and I think that's quite something. So observations on the groundstone assemblage from Bestancer. Residue analysis and microwear weren't helpful here because the stone is not vesicular and you don't get food residues in it. I found contextual associations and ethnographic comparisons more useful. Some of the groundstone tools were expedient and simple. Others, though few, had significant investment of manufacturing and time and skill. There's very little standardization of size or shape or tool design. So I don't think we're seeing groundstone craftsmen who make a lot of these tools. The selection of the raw material meant that groundstone tools didn't wear out. So there's little need for curation and repair. There's clearly symbolic, deliberate fragmentation of tools related to food. There isn't, as far as I can see, evidence of change over time in tool use or design, though that is difficult to tell. As I've said, stone tools can be used for decades, even centuries. So seeing that diachronic change is difficult. It's clear that groundstone had an important role in all aspects of foodways. Groundstone tools supported settled life, but also tied people into settled life. As tools became bigger and heavier, as people relied on house-based storage, as their diet depended more on herd and plant management. If you know that your grain harvest will come in the autumn, then you will stay where you live until that appears. So that's really all I wanted to say, but happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Mad. Let's move on to the next presentation.
I think Frank has a question.
Okay. Just I thought that the question will be postponed. Okay, Frank.
Yes, I have a question. You talk about how the groundstone did not change substantially during the occupation of Bestancer. We found quite the opposite at Ali Kosh, where there were very significant changes. And in line with what I was saying the other day about the traditions that people have through emulation, copying, and so forth, and suggesting that there are other changes that external to the internal dynamics that lead people to introduce changes. And one of these might be changes in the substance that they're using, but another might be also interaction with people who have different traditions, but seem to have a good idea, and this gets picked up. anyway, Ali Kosh stands as an example. It's quite different from what you're describing at Beston Sur.
Something I haven't mentioned at Beston Sur is perhaps the one indication of diachronic change is that in the higher layers of the Neolithic excavation, we see more tools that are made of green stone, gabbro and green granite. Very little debitage from this, and I'm assuming therefore that they were brought to the village as finished products. That stone comes from 20 or 30 kilometers away. So it's possible, I think, either that the people of Beston Sur, towards the end of their occupation, went to that area and brought back finished tools, or perhaps it was exchanged with other communities. That, I think, is about the only indication I've found. As we do more excavation and as we go deeper and wider into the Neolithic levels, I am hoping that we'll be able to see diachronic change.
Okay, thank you very much. As Frank started questioning, so if there is any other question or comment, so we will hear with regard to these three presentation. Otherwise, we will go forward to the next presentation. But at the same time, at the end of the session, we will have some more discussion. Okay, let me introduce the next speaker, with Dr. Mashkour and the colleague. They're going to talk about the first archaeological campaign at Tepe Bazanci, a new PPN site in the west central Zagros. The word, okay, it's a return to you.
Okay, I don't know if you see my,
yeah,
but I don't see what you see. Okay.
Just if you make it full screen, that would be great.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So you're seeing my screen. Okay. So I would like first to thank all the organization team for having invited us to participate to this very interesting conference that is just reminded me that I mean, we just got back to university with all these fantastic talks that we had, and many of the docs and postdocs in my lab are following this meeting and are having really a good update of the Neolithic of Near East and in particular Iran. So thank you to everybody, and thank you to the organizers. And so as you see, there's many co-authors with me who are participating and who have helped me in preparing this talk. And I have put three names in bold because I wanted also that each of the participants, if they wished to talk, so we will be also hearing these three person under subjects. So just to go to the why Bazanci and why we chose this site to investigate and how we did that. So just to go back to the background, the site was obviously known by Robert Brentwood during his surveys of 1960s, according to the an unpublished map where we see the location of the site, but the site was not named on that map. So we think that he had seen the site, and probably also Frank Hall had been there to survey the site. Later on in 1990, Abbas Motarjem visited the site. Then in 2002, Feridun Biglari, Alireza Moradi, Kamir Abdi revisited the site. And finally, in 2009, the site was registered in the Iranian National Heritage List. So with all this in mind, and in the framework of a project that we had with Morteza Jamali, myself and him, a CNRS project on human adaptation to environmental constraints on the Iranian plateau since the late glacial which is called Helma, this project. We designed a series of actions, and one of those was excavating Ghazanchi. So in February 2009, with Hossein Dawoodi, who was co-directing this stick with me, we began the first campaign of excavations. And so the goals and objectives we had was documenting the chronology of the site, of course, studying the related archaeological finds, lithics, pottery, clay objects, and so on. And especially the main focus we had within this Helma project was collecting bioarchaeological data, faunal botanical remains, of course, gathering paleoenvironmental data like pollen, charcoal, sediment micromorphology. And also one of our concerns, as you will see in the following slides, was the preservation of the site by defining the core area and buffer zone. So at this point, I will pass the micro to my colleague, Hossein Dawoodi, who will go on for a few slides.
Hello, everybody. I'm so happy to be here, and thanks to scientific board and executive team of the conference. Just for saving the time, I move on the slide. I will present the geographical location of the site, which is located in the northwest of Kermanshah and very close to the modern village of the Ghazanchi. It is located 103 meters above sea level in the north part of the alluvial plain of Kermanshah near the Paro mountain, and a Razava river flows 120 meters west of site. The site is located in a seasonally water-logged area on floodplains of the Mindred river system, and may have been naturally protected in the prehistoric time by the presence of an encircling wetland. It might have been built over a natural geological outcrop as basement for the first time. So in the next slide, you can see the morphological features of Ghazanchi. It had a circular shape in the 1965 aerial image, and today agricultural and industrial activities have caused partial destruction of the north, east, and southeast sides of the moon. On the north side, we see a section about 8 meters high and approximately 100 meters long, where the ancient deposits are completely exposed. This section showed that the lower half of the mound has a sequence of pre-pottery Neolithic deposits. So in the next slide, you can see the delimitation sounding project. We made certain test range for defining a core area and buffer zone. In results, we proposed approximately 2 hectares for core area and 4 hectares for buffer zone. And in some test ranges, we reached the water table, and also the test range attested that the site was for the first time shaped on the outcrop, natural outcrop. So at the next slide, you can see the location of the terrains. We had a short field work in February 2019, and we selected the north section for stratigraphic excavation. Our goal was to excavate whole deposit in a step trench that you can see. We divided that in 2 parts, trench 1 and trench 2 at the bottom. But because due to the limitation of the time, we couldn't finish the excavation in this first season. So we can make another trench 3, which is 1.5 by 1 meters in the western part of the north section. At the trench 1, we encountered the late Chalcolithic and Middle Bronze Age deposits Trench 2 included disturbed deposit and street soil, and Trench 3 consist Neolithic deposits. So you can see the location of the trench at the section of the mound, and so we focus on the Trench 3 and finds of this trench in this presentation. At the next slide, you can see the various stages of the excavation in Trench 3. At Trench 3, approximately we excavated 2 meters of carceral deposits, which already belong to the pre-pottery Neolithic. The layers generally included heated soil and ash. 2 layers which had a high density of large rubble and heated clay are likely to be related to occupational surfaces. The holes of rodent and small carnivores had disturbed parts of the deposits, and at layer 7 layer 7 had a large density of freshwater bivalve mussel shells. So my colleagues will continue the presentation of the finds and the results of studies in the next slides. Thank you.
So one of the important actions we had, besides of course the excavation of the site, was recovering as much information as we could, and we understood with the talk of Ingrid Arberson how important the micro artifacts can be. So this, and because of also the humidity and the moisture of the during February, we were somehow forced to do more than we thought flotation and sieving. So we at the end we just sieved as you can see a total of 2,157 liters of sediment from these Neolithic layers. Almost all of the sediment was sieved and floated. So at the end we have a lot of material, and you can see in one of the slides Zainab Fathi, who's sorting this material, and it took her 1.5 years to finish all the material. So we don't have yet results of statistical results, but we have a lot of material that came out of these several actions. So now I hand the talk to Sonia Shidrang, who will talk about the lithic artifacts.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm going to talk about a little bit about lithic assemblage recovered from this excavation, which its study is still in progress. For this reason, at the moment, I don't present the final statistical report, the same as faunal remains. But how the total number of the lithic artifacts recovered from this excavation is about something like 1,800 pieces, which about 60% of these pieces are debris, and a large portion of the artifacts is burned. So the number of characteristic artifacts is not that large at the moment to identify diachronic changes in in technology and typology of the industries. Keeping this limitation in mind, here we present the general typo-technological characteristic of this assemblage. The Trench 3 contains the main body of the artifacts found at the site, which allow the preliminary identification of the typo-technological characteristic of these lithic industries. This assemblage is dominated by production of bladelets using mainly pressure technique. The bladelets are the main products and commonly used as the tool blanks. The use of pressure technique is detectable from both cores and very regular bladelets. However, a few cores in earlier occupation of the Trench 3 are in their initial preparation stage, which shows the use of percussion technique. If these cores were not exclusively made for blade production, then we can propose that the preparation stage were carried out by percussion technique, and then the main stage of the reduction sequence continued by pressure technique. But confirming all these assumptions needs a large number of artifacts. Marjan, next, thanks. From the typological point of view, many bladelets are not retouched and transformed into formal tools, but have scars of use, and some even become denticulated and notched during their use. Apart from these pieces, blades and bladelets are retouched into the forms of backed bladelets, borers, end scrapers, denticulates, and strangulations. The next slide is so the dominant raw material at Qazanchi is chert. There are also a few obsidian pieces. The typotechnological analysis of these artifacts shows some similarities with those found in Trench 3. These artifacts are mainly bladelets, which transform into tools by truncations, denticulations, and again, simply bladelets with a sharp edge that have been used, not necessarily formal tools. The presence of sickle elements in the main phase of the occupation at the site indicates the frequent use of regular bladelets for some sort of grass and sedge cutting in these parts of the site. The sheen is usually located on the edge of the bladelets and run parallel to the edge, but also some sheen can be found on other parts of the pieces as well. So in general, despite having early Melefathian characteristics, in its general sense, of course, significant use of percussion technique in the earlier phases is also attested in the assemblage, which at the moment may indicate either an earlier stage for early Melefathian when it was establishing and transforming into typical form, or simply different stages of core reduction process in this site. So the work is still in progress. Stay tuned for the final result. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. So going to the archaeological remains, unfortunately, we were not as lucky as for the lithic assemblage. We had only very, very little number of remains, 411 in total. And the faunal spectrum is very similar to other sites that we have previously seen, with the large, with the presence of sheep, goat, some cattle, auroch, canids, and turtle. And we had a number of microvertebrates also that will be soon also under investigation, and many fresh water fish and birds, and also mollusk and crustacean. So I'm not going to go into details in the analysis of the archaeological remains, because we have many other things to discuss today. So please, Margareta.
So hello everybody. The archaeobotanical analysis is just beginning, so these results are very preliminary. But the first glance at the archaeobotanical record shows that there are abundant plant remains at Qazanchi and quite well preserved. And as other sites in the area, two ecosystems are reflected directly by these plant remains. The open almond pistachio woodlands reflected by numerous fruit remains, nutshells from pistachio and almond notably, and also the humid environments with many sedges, and also remains of reeds, and we've heard about that earlier today and in other presentations yesterday. And I think it's very interesting what's shown by Kate Dudgeon earlier, the use of reeds, for example, and herbs as fuel seen by the phytoliths. And parallel to these specific habitats, there are a lot of annual species, a big diversity, quite similar to, at first impression, is quite similar to what's found at Sheikh Abad, with a high number of wild pulses and also a high number of wild grasses, and this together with a quite big diversity of other wild annual species.
Thank you, Margareta. So another big part of the work we had to do was micromorphology. it was intended in the beginning that we have a collaboration with Gorgon University and our lab, but things changed in the middle of these investigations because of the political problems and the fact that we couldn't go back. So anyhow, we did this first preliminary investigations with the University of Gorgon, but we had to work in different places. So the as you can see here is the preparation of the samplings, and then the blocks were made and in the University of Gorgon, and then the thin sections were sent to Cyprus and are studied by Pantelitsa Milona, who is now at the Cyprus Institute and who is a specialist of the Neolithic, and who works also in Kurdistan in Iraq. And so these we will only focus on some of the recent results. We just got the thin sections a few days ago, so it's really very preliminary. And so the stratigraphy of trench 3 is formed by successive layers of fine clayey silty sediments mixed with plant remains and some scattered ashy aggregates. Sediments are dusty of brown beige color and rich in phytoliths and charcoal oriented sub-horizontally. Sediments contain also some flakes of bones, small pebbles, and few shell flakes. The nature of the combination of components show deposits of hard waste. Sediments were undertaken by regular seasonal flooding events that created ferric features like impregnation of the matrix, nodules, and humified plant remains, and very intense throughout the stratigraphy. The horizontal orientation of phytoliths follows the water movement. High quantity of water created specific sedimentary and pedologic features like clay pockets, granulometric sorting of sediments, and clay coating and lining in the pores. Clayey sediments transported by the water flooding filled some void and create coatings of massive microstructure, very poor in phytoliths. However, the absence of diatoms points to non-stagnant water. Fungi in the voids developed by the biological activity of the roots. We should note that in the sample under study, no abandonment layer indicated by natural sedimentation could be identified. This can point to the regular occupation of the site. However, thick planar voids seem to separate each sedimentary input. And just to show two of these thin sections, one on the bottom and one on the top of these layers. The one that is near the bottom, slide 32, is characterized by silty sediments mixed with phytoliths and charcoal and occasionally some bone flakes. Ferric features are present in the sediments, but their density differs in different inputs. At the top of this event, there is a surface crust with some trampling cracks, which seems to be formed in situ. And I think this is an important information that has been given by this. So for the top thin section, slide 17, what is important to say is that pedogenic features like clay pockets and sorting sediments indicate the high quantity of water. So this is for the new results we had, and unfortunately, Mortaza Jamali had to be present himself, but because of very sad personal problem, he could not be with us. So I'm also reading his part. And so we had, many of you maybe know Mortaza Jamali, who's a specialist, a paleoecologist, who has been working a lot in Iran and have investigated in many sites in the Zagros. And he joined us, and he was also within this Hauma project, of course. And he joined us 3 months after the the excavation in the field to make these corings around Kazanchi. And for the moment, the cores could not be transported to France to be studied. So some of the initial studies have been done by the Iranian National Institute of Oceanography, and we're waiting for the future to have these cores transported also to France for further analysis. And as seen in the upper right panel, the whole site of Tepe Kazanchi and the coring sites are located over the floodplain of Qarasur river. Seasonal increase in water discharge of the river, as well as several small karstic springs, create a wetland area of most of the year. Our core samples would potentially reveal the evolution of the fluvial wetland area at the immediate vicinity of trench site and some 100 meters further to the north. So our preliminary coring operation aimed at reconstructing the river dynamics and spatial extension of the wetland system through time using sedimentologic and geochemical analysis, and also to reconstruct the vegetation and hydroclimatic variations by pollen analysis. Pollen data can further be compared and contrasted with archaeobotanical data to understand the history of agro-silvo pastoral activities, while sedimentological geochemical data can complement the micromorphological observations to obtain a more holistic view of the landscape evolution at Tepe Kazanchi and its surrounding environment. So sedimentological measurements, including magnetic susceptibility, particle size analysis, and carbonate organic matter, have already been performed in US in Iran in the Institute of Oceanography. And here are some preliminary results of our paleoenvironmental investigations. Sediment cores show a lot of lithological variations, suggesting that the fluvial and wetland environments have alternatively dominated around the site. The most have been the result of the natural river dynamics and horizontal displacement of the main water courses and the floodplains. Most of the sediments are composed of a mixture of carbonates and siliclastic silt clays and frequent traces of wetland facies. This shows that wetland environment were dominating the most of the time, and that even in periods of fluvial domination, seasonal flooding could create seasonal wetlands and even cover the archaeological site at the base of the cores, most probably correlating the Neolithic time. So both sedimentary cores and micromorphological sections from the trenches clearly show the flooding events that could have annually and interannually cover the site and its surrounding and control the occupation of the site. Paleoenvironmental investigation will be continued by radiocarbon dating, XRF scanning, and pollen analysis in the coming year. So, just to conclude, I don't know if I'm over time or not, but anyhow, I'm concluding here with two last slides. So we made some radiocarbon dates, of course, and these dates are showing that we are in the second half of the 9th millennium BC, possibly at the end of the transitional Neolithic, and we are contemporary to Sheikhiabad and also, which is nearby, and also to two other sites further south, Jorabolan and Chiosabs. And we understood from the lithic analysis that we have an early Melaphathian-like site industry. And what is interesting also is the presence of these sickle elements in relation with the cutting of grass and sedges. And so for the subsistence foraging of a large diversity of seeds, fruits from tree and annuals was demonstrated by the study of Margareta, and the exploitation of plant and animal resources seems to be related to humid and woodland habitats. Localized humid environments indicated by several proxies that we showed you. And unfortunately, the limited number of faunal remains doesn't let us to talk a lot about animal management, but we hope that in further seasons we could gather more elements. And so our prospect, of course, we are wishing to go back to the site, but due to the recent events in Iran and also the COVID, we had just to do this first campaign. And so in the future, we would like to go further down to reach the virgin soil, as we had intended to do it in the second season, and to make a larger trench in the west slope of the site, because we think that's the place we could have more information on everyday life. And of course, we would like to complete all the bio and geoarchaeological analysis already begun, like the archaeobotany, pollen analysis, and micromorphology, phytoliths, etc. And so this was just to show you that we, with this action and with this excavation, we wanted just to contribute to this movement that has been on during this last 2 decades and have produced a lot of information already, and to go further deeper in the understanding of the Neolithic of the Zagros. And I would like to thank you with all my team. Here you see the Razanchi team and all the collaborators here that are contributing to this work. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mashkur and the colleague, for presenting a wonderful project excavation and adding new evidence to the early Neolithic of the Central Zagros. So because we're a little bit behind our time, so let's move on to the last presentation, which is by Dr. Benjamin Motin and Dr. Omran Garajian. They're going to talk about the Neolithic in the eastern margins of the Zagros Mountains. It's over to you both. If you hear me, please.
Good morning. I'm gonna try to share my my screen. I don't know. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
If you just please make it full screen, that would be much better.
Yeah. Is it working now? Full screen?
It's not.
It's not yet full screen.
No, yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry. So I guess it's working now, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Good afternoon or good morning for those who are in the US like me. Thank you very much for having us, showing our project today with you. So today I'm going to briefly summarize current data on the Neolithic period in southeastern Iran. And I'm then going to present results from fieldwork my colleague Omran Garajian and I conducted in the BAM region in Kerman, and discuss also these results within the general context of the Neolithic period in southeastern Iran and Pakistan. So the region I'm going to talk about is mostly the Kerman province. As you can see, this province is in the eastern margins of the Zagros Mountains between the Fertile Crescent and South Asia. And the BAM region is located in its eastern part within the southern periphery of the Lut Desert. So in southeastern Iran, there are only 4 or 5 sites with Neolithic deposits that have been studied. I'm saying 4 or 5 because the Neolithic evidence at Tali Iblis, so here, if you can see my arrow, north of the other sites is not entirely clear. And among these sites, only Tepeyaya has been extensively excavated and published. In Pakistan, Mergar is the only site where Neolithic deposits have been extensively excavated. So if you can see my arrow, Mergar is here. And no site older than the Chalcolithic period has been found so far between Kerman and Pakistan. So here is a table that summarizes current data from excavated Neolithic sites in southeastern Iran with available radiocarbon dates and ceramic parallels in yellow. So for a long time, Tepe Gastaville and Tepe Yaya were the only excavated Neolithic sites in southeastern Iran. And the C14 dates from this site suggested that the Neolithic period began in this area around the mid-6th millennium BC. The pottery from this site was parallel to Mushki pottery from Fars, although the Mushki pottery is now known to be older. So there's an issue here, which is that either the available C14 dates from Gastaville and Tepe Yaya are wrong, or the comparisons for the pottery need to be reevaluated, especially since a lot of new research has been conducted in Fars since the 1970s and 1980s. Here's a view of the locations of Gastaville and in the Dolatabad plain and Tepe Yaya in the Shogun plain, which is a little bit over 30 kilometer distance. Fieldwork at Gastaville revealed over 6 meters of Neolithic deposits, so that was done by Marta Prickett, with architecture only within the upper part of this sequence up to the surface. Ceramics were found. They are plain, vegetal tempered, and often burnished vessels. And the other types of artifacts from this site include lithics, as well as stone, clay, and bone objects. Here's Tepe Yaya. You can see on these images the trenches that were opened at this site. The Neolithic deposits at Tepe Yaya are considered slightly more recent than those from Tepe Gastaville. They consist of 5 to 6 meters of archaeological deposits. You can see on the right side and in the center of this slide one photo and one plan of one of the Neolithic architectural levels exposed at Tepe Yaya. As you can see, this architecture was built with thumb-impressed mud bricks, which were also found at Tepe Gastaville. The pottery from Yaya, Neolithic Yaya, is a vegetal tempered ware that is usually plain and burnished, although a few painted shards were also recorded. On the lower right side of this slide is a vessel that was found in a burial assigned to the Neolithic period. So the rest of the material culture from Neolithic Tepe Yaya includes ornaments in turquoise, chlorite, shell, bone, and tooth. Chlorite bowls, stone labrets, obsidian blades, and clay bowls, cones, and discs were also found. These types of objects have parallels in Fars and further west. On the other hand, no parallel has been observed for a chlorite figurine found at Tepe Yaya. So you can see this figurine on the right side of this slide. It was found with lithics, shaft straighteners, and bone objects, which you can see here on this photo in the center. So Tepe Yaya and Tepe Gastaville were the only sources of data about the Neolithic period in southeastern Iran for a long time until recent excavations at Tepe Gavkoshi pushed back the beginning of the Neolithic period in this area. So available C14 dates suggest that Gavkoshi was first occupied around 7000 BC and was characterized at that time by a painted pottery. A later phase dating to the second half of the 7th millennium BC was also identified at this site. It's characterized by Mushki and early Jari style pottery. So here are photos and a reconstruction of the architecture found in the early phase of this site. So these images come from an article by Nader Ali Soleimani and Hassan Fazeli. Here are images from the same article of clay objects and obsidian from Gavkoshi. On the left is the pottery from the first phase, which I understand has no clear parallels. And in the center is the pottery from the second phase, which compares to material in Fars. So as far as pottery is concerned, Gavkoshi conforms to Fars, where a long tradition of pottery making goes back to the 7th millennium BC with the Mushki style. And as you know, recent discoveries in Fars suggest that pottery was produced even as early as about 7000 BC, about the same time as in central Zagros. So save for surveyed sites and the unclear case of Tali Iblis, that's about it for the Neolithic evidence in Western Kerman. Let's now move to our primary research area, so Tel Atashi and the Bam region in Eastern Kerman, east of the Jebel Barez mountain. So here's a view of the BAM region with the areas we surveyed as part of the BAM archaeological mission in 2016 and 2017. So with my colleague Omran Garajian and our team. So this area has been investigated since 2003 as part of an archaeological program directed by the late Shahriar Adl. And our work in this region has focused on the systematic study of Neolithic, Chalcolithic, and Bronze Age sites. So as part of this survey, we recorded 64 Neolithic sites. They're all located in a plain named Darestan, east of the city of Bam. So you have here a more detailed view of this plain and of the Neolithic sites we surveyed. We recorded Neolithic sites with pottery, here represented in red, and sites with no pottery, here in white. We suspect that the sites with no pottery are older, and as you can see, they are all located within the southern half of Darestan. Sites with pottery are found within the northern half of Darestan, and we suspect that this has to do with shifting water availability over time. Tele Atashi here is the largest Neolithic site of this regional settlement. So 64 Neolithic sites might seem like a lot, but this number includes sites with various configurations, including flat, extensive sites, such as here on the left, and mounded sites, such as here on the right. And some of these sites appear to consist of scattered sites or even just redeposited archaeological material. So we found at these sites mostly many lithics, a few millstones, and a few small finds, including lapis lazuli objects. I'm not going to detail here the lithics, which will be presented tomorrow by Mariam Shakoui. I can just say that they conform to lithics observed in Pakistan and Iran during the Neolithic period. We found a pottery at 39 of these Neolithic sites. The pottery is typically vegetal tempered, like all the other Neolithic ceramics in Iran. And in 2017 and 2018, we excavated at Tele Atashi. So this site is about 12 hectares, including a 6-hectare mounded area. Here's a view of the central area of this site and of its western area where our main excavations are located. So here on the left side of this slide. Omran Garajian opened a test trench in 2008 in the highest deposits of the site here. He excavated architectural levels, radiocarbon dated from the late 6th to the mid 5th millennia BC with no pottery, which is unusual in the context of Iran at that time. So when we resumed excavation at Atashi in 2017, our objectives were to confirm that Atashi was aceramic, and most importantly, to get a better idea of the stratigraphy, chronology, and spatial organization of the site, and to implement one larger excavation designed to study a single occupation level more extensively. So today I'm just going to briefly present results from excavations 1 and 2 within the western area of the site. So excavation 1 is a stratigraphic trench and an extension of the 2008 test trench. Here's a schematic view of the section in this trench. We reached the virgin soil at about 9 meters deep relative to the top of the trench. New radiocarbon analyses have dated these deposits to the late 6th millennium BC. So we still need to have more dates, but that's what we have for now. Excavation 2 is a more extensive excavation in which we found a large architectural complex of about 30 units. So here are views of these units. Some have walls with buttresses and some have chimneys. You have examples here. The architecture was built using Tamim pressed mud bricks, similar to those from Tepe Yahya, but also many other sites such as Sangeh Sharkmark in northeastern Iran. We also found roof fragments. The material assemblage includes stone and bone objects. You have examples here. We also found a basket and wood fragments. So we found no pottery, which contrasts to other areas in Iran at that time. And considering the C14 dates of Atashi, this lack of pottery does not make this site a PPN site, but more a late aceramic Neolithic site. We found many unbaked clay objects, including miniature dishes, cones, ponds, bowls, and animal figurines, and also human figurines, which look like those that were found at Mehrgarh in Pakistan. So I talk about this a little bit later. The botanical remains include cultivated wheat and barley and suggest that the climate in this region was more humid 7,000 years ago. The animal bones include mostly goats and sheep and a little bit of cattle. Sheep and goats are most likely fully domesticated, which suggests an established Neolithic animal economy. Hunting was very limited. And the material culture and economy from Atashi have parallels in Western Kerman, including at Tepe Yahya and Gastavila, as well as in Fars and beyond in Iran and the Middle East. But it's unclear whether these parallels reflect general similarities that are observed across the Middle East or more direct connections between Atashi and other sites in southeastern Iran and further west. And at the same time, the lack of pottery at Tel Atashi implies significant differences compared to the contemporary Neolithic communities with pottery in Iran in many aspects of their lives, including food cooking, food presentation, storage, and other aspects. So in relation to these aspects, the lack of pottery, it's probably useful to now have a look at sites further east in Pakistan. So I just would like to mention that the oldest occupations identified in southwestern Pakistan in Makran date to the late 5th millennium BC and have no pottery. Further east, the 6th and 5th millennia BC sites surveyed by Paolo Biaggi yielded no pottery either, although it should be recalled that these sites are coastal sites dedicated to the exploitation of mangrove and marine resources. And I would like to talk a little bit more about Mehrgarh and Kiligul Mohammad further north. So Mehrgarh is different from Tel Atashi in many aspects, but I should mention that some impressed bricks and human figurines, very similar to those from Atashi, were found at this site. And also many radiocarbon dates from this site, including from ceramic layers, are around 5000 BC and agree with the dates from Atashi, although the Neolithic period at Mehrgarh has been characterized as older. Similarly, ceramic deposits were found at Kiligul Mohammad, and a single radiocarbon date from these deposits points at the 5th millennium BC. So in conclusion, there are still very few known Neolithic sites between Kerman and Pakistan, so it's complicated for us to contextualize our discoveries from the BAM region. The material remains from Atashi suggest connections to the other Neolithic sites in Western Kerman. At the same time, this site is different in that it likes pottery. And further east, parallels and many radiocarbon dates from Mehrgarh suggest that other aceramic groups existed across the Indo-Iranian borderlands around 5000 BC and even later at other sites. This reconstruction contrasts with current paradigm, but is not irrational, considering, for instance, that pottery is also absent during the 5th and most of the 4th millennia BC in the Oman Peninsula. So other similar situations in Middle Asia show that not all communities follow the same trajectories with regard to the invention and use of new technologies. So in this case, pottery. For instance, at Monjukli Tepe in Turkmenistan, pottery appears to decline during the 5th millennium BC. So we now need to understand whether and why these communities decided or could not produce and use pottery. Lastly, pottery is only one aspect of these communities that I focused on today, and obviously this was a very general presentation. And but there are other aspects of our discoveries that need to be investigated and compared in greater detail. This includes in particular the specific location of these different sites that I talked about within their regional context, which are not necessarily the same. Lastly, I would like to thank our sponsors and partners, as well as our colleagues and our team in BAM. So thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice presentation.
Thank you.
Could you please just unshare your...
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So considering the whole session with the different presentations and topics, if there is any question, comment, discussion, it would be appreciated. So maybe how can I? Anybody raise his hand? Okay.
Yes, stop share. Yeah. Here you go. Sorry.
Okay. First one, Melinda.
Me again. I have a general question for everyone in the group. So if people have more specific questions, maybe they could go ahead, but or maybe we could defer this discussion. But you know, yesterday we dealt with definitions of domestication. But I think there's another term that we throw around loosely without really understanding what we mean by that. And that's what a village is. And what is it that makes a village? Is it a sedentary community? And once you're sedentary, you have a village? I tend not to think so. I think it has something different. But I would be very interested, whether it's now or later on or even after the conference, for us to really be talking about what do we mean by village life, and what are the organizing principles, and how do we distinguish it? And I think, personally, I think we should, from simply sedentary communities. Are the Upper Tigris communities, early sedentary communities in the early Holocene, are they really villages, or do we only get villages once we get the PPNB rectangular houses and the dense occupations with more agriculture? So I just open that question up in case anybody wants to address it.
Okay, thank you. That is very important and challenging question, of course. So Roger, please go ahead with your comment question.
Thank you. Thanks, Hojat. Yeah, I'm sure Mindy's right. There's an in-depth discussion to be had on that topic, and perhaps it's easier to use a more neutral term like settlement, pending more discussion and definition of those terms. But I had a couple of specific questions for Marjan and her team. Firstly, just to congratulate you on amazing work you're doing at that site. It's really so exciting to see excavation at a site so close to Shaykhiyabad, chronologically and physically, geographically. And, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could be out there excavating Shaykhiyabad while you're excavating Kazanji, and we could pool our resources and talents? That would be really wonderful, perhaps something we could aim for. A couple of questions, quick questions. I'm assuming from what you said that, like Shaykhiyabad and pretty much all of these PPN sites, you don't have continuity into any sort of early ceramic Neolithic site at Kazanji. Is that correct?
No. Yeah, I mean, this is correct. Yes.
So fitting with the comment Frank made earlier about,
yes.
what on earth is going on with that?
Yes.
The second point, which may be connected, looking at the lithics there, they look pretty much identical to Shaykhiyabad lithics, which is not surprising, with one exception though, and that is you do have some obsidian, and we have so far not a single piece of obsidian from Shaykhiyabad. So I'm wondering, firstly, how much do you have? Secondly, have you sourced it? Do you know where it's coming from? And thirdly, does it tend to be in your upper layers in your stratigraphy? Thank you.
Well, actually, the problem of these obsidians is that we didn't find them in the layers. We found them around, so they are not very well contextualized. But this is why it was the study that Sonia made was extremely important typologically to just compare this, and that was my first question to her. And so this is something we are investigating, and the reason that we wanted to extend the excavation to the west part of the site was because we found those obsidians over there. So we don't have many pieces. I don't remember exactly, maybe 10 pieces, not more, but still they are there. And typologically, after what Sonia told me, they could fit in the general scheme of typology of what she had.
Some of them Marjan, some of them which are characteristic, but some are problematic. But some of them, yes, they are very identical to what we found in Trench 3.
Yes. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, for the Sheikhiabad assemblage, yes, I was just reading the paper. I think they are very similar, though not very close to each other, but the similarities of assemblages just amazed me.
Yes, and then you asked also, Roger, if they were sourced. This is where Marie Orange comes in, who's a specialist of obsidians, and we have handed this material to her, and she's working on that. So yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any further comment, question? Frank, please.
I'd like to ask about the about Kazanchi, and it seems as if you reached virgin soil beneath the mound. Is that correct?
Well, we are not yet sure, because we couldn't go very deep, because when we were excavating, all the site was flooded, and very soon as we opened this trench on the bottom of the site, it all was full of water, so we couldn't continue really. So we don't know if we have reached, and this is one of the objectives we had for the next season to I mean, in any next one that is possible, to go further down, of course, and to control this.
Well, the reason I ask is because when Brooks did a geomorphological study of the Kermanshah Valley, he concluded that there had been several meters of alluviation across much of it as a result of flooding. And I'm wondering whether or not that may have been the case here as well.
Yeah, of course. We have flooding everywhere in the Kazanchi, as you could see. I mean, it's water is everywhere. So this is a big issue in this site. And also, one of the thoughts I have had with all my team is, I mean, using all the proxies, is how everyday life was possible during all the year, you know, with all these water around. So these are really questions that we are asking about the settlement itself and how people were using the site annually.
Yeah, I also had a question about these southeastern sites, and they're quite remarkable in their extent and the number of them. But what I'm wondering, where they get the water. Now, you mentioned that there had been cereal grains being grown, but what is the evidence that there is actually some kind of source of surface water in that area, or had been a surface water?
It's a question for me, I guess, for southeastern Iran, you said?
That's yeah, sorry.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah, there's, well, I mean, I think we know that the climate was more humid at that time. And also there's like, Friederike, I didn't show that, but Friederike Dürke, who's at Cambridge University, has done a reconstruction of the microtopography of the area, and she found some paleo channels that we need to still investigate. And so that's one thing. And also, apparently, I did not show that either, but Teleatashi and all these Neolithic sites are sort of located inside a sort of, how can I say that? Not a bucket, but like a basin where water appeared to have accumulated there. So that's probably why they were there. I think water was probably available, and they just had to divert the water or whatever they needed it. I mean, that's what what we're thinking currently.
So we're getting into some sort of management of crops or management of the landscape by diverting water. It's beginning to sound like one of Child's oases.
Well, yeah, and there's also the notion of a rich boundary by, you know, maybe Niles and his colleagues. So it looks like I would need to show the PowerPoint again, but, you know, east of BAM, the water had to go through like a sort of a narrow place at some point, and then once it passed that narrow point, it accumulated in this sort of basin that is the Dar es Salaam plain. Okay. So that's what we're thinking right now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Melinda, you opened a discussion, if you hear me. So considering your question, I think personally that in this case, we need to think about the presence of the possibility of year-round occupation at any specific Neolithic site.
So Darby.
Yeah. And then if so we will have, for example, of solid architectural remains and surplus and so on. So this full evidence, archaeological evidence, can indicate a village.
But you know, I guess there are a lot of things. I mean, I wonder if there's a social dimension to it too. I mean, I think you can say, and I mean, this is up for anyone. It's the same thing with domestication. You can define it any way you want, although it's always useful to define how you've defined it. But, and again, I don't know the answer to this. And I think that people that think about these, especially the later periods in the Neolithic, may have more thoughts, and Roger and Wendy in particular may have. And I know that Eleni has, and I have tossed this issue around, so I don't know if Eleni's still here. But my impression is yes, there's year-round occupation and there's a built environment and there's so on. But I think that one might want to consider a social dimension of how households come together, the level of inter-household competition and their engagement in food production, in the intensity thereof, that might separate a true village from simply a year-round sedentary occupation. So, but I think it's an interesting idea worth potentially exploring. I mean, it sounds sort of pedantic of defining your terms, but I think what it does is opens up other dimensions that we might want to be thinking out. Certainly the built environment and the length of tenure and the investment in maintaining that built environment. But I think that there's got to be other elements in terms of the subsistence economy and in particular the social arrangements that are integral to what village life really is. But I don't know what they are.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mindy. And I think one of the challenges actually, you know, even at a place like Bestançur, where you know, it's a fairly significant architectural environment. It's really hard. Actually, it's impossible to prove that they are there year round. You know, you can prove they're there for maybe at least a couple of weeks in the spring, a couple of weeks in the summer, as a basic minimum. But really establishing that they are there year round is just not possible, as things stand, and perhaps never possible to do that. What we can say, however, is that there's significant mobility in terms of the resources they are drawing upon, and in particular the wild animals they're hunting, as you know, Robin Bendry and Donna de Groen have shown, and we'll be talking about a little bit maybe in their papers later this week through the zooarchaeology. You know, that they are traveling significant distances, or someone is anyway, into the mountains, into the upland zone, to hunt wild animals and bring them back to base. So, you know, it's possible that significant elements are there more or less year round, and others are much more mobile. Right. With, you know, the contribution of domestic species, both of plants and animals, it is not, you know, it's not dominant, let's say, in the food. It's a significant element, but it's by no means dominant, even by, you know, the end of the 8th mill Cal BC.
Yeah, Mindy.
Sorry, go ahead, Frank.
You're thinking in terms of the social dimensions of village life, and I'm thinking that you know, when you begin to get into a situation where cooperation is important, then you begin to get something like what you're thinking of. It may be people who are working together, they're keeping their herds together, they're doing their farming or allocating land together, doing processing together and that sort of thing. When they have storage that they need to secure, when they need to protect themselves against other groups of people and wild animals and so on. I think when you get to the point where cooperation becomes a factor and your sedentary life makes it even more urgent, then you begin to get something that it may, in fact, become something like what I mentioned the other day, maybe sort of proto-tribes, because every site is part of a network of other similar sites, people who are interacting through marriage, through trade, through subsistence, and other interrelationships. And so you have a group of people who you depend upon, and they become part of a social nucleus that, however you may define it, but it evolves down to the settlement level.
Right, right. I would say that that's the avenue that you want to be looking at, is what is the glue that's holding that group together, and how do those bonds develop, and you know, and how do they then result eventually in greater degrees of social inequality within that group and hierarchies within that, that I think is sort of a kernel of what early village life is. So yeah, I would agree that there's looking in that dimension is going to be very important too.
Okay, Eleni, please. Go ahead.
Hi everyone again. I have been here. I'm just usually video off as I, get up, do things, etc. And I'm not sure if the term village, however, is the most appropriate one. We have a certain, I will call it the ethnographic Orientalism picture in our heads when it comes to villages. But even if we think of it in these terms, I mean, historical era villages are not permanent.
Right.
You walk around in the landscape today, you will see abandoned villages. I mean, Zavicemi is a typical example of that. Villages shifting around in the landscape, changing their location. So sometimes I wonder, when we talk about permanent sedentary sites, we have to think of them in a slightly different temporal scale, permanence versus, endurance or resilience, if you want. First this. Secondly, the only people that are fully sedentary are prisoners.
and COVID.
People
and
under
pandemic.
lockdown. I'm talking now from my lockdown perspective.
Yeah,
I've never felt more like a prisoner than the last year or so, that I haven't been able to move even beyond the limits of the neighborhood for the greater part of time. Okay, much less going to another country, which is a big minus for me. Second summary, confined in England. Anyway, end of ranting. So the only people who are fully sedentary are prisoners. People move around the landscape. Even if you read agricultural ethnographies from around the Eastern Mediterranean, you know that farmers who are supposed to be sedentary will get up very early in the morning and may walk kilometers to get to, going about their daily business. And seasonal, we heard earlier, yesterday, Frank talking about, vertical movements in the landscape between seasons and so on. So sedentism also needs some qualification.
Exactly.
Third, when we think about village communities, one social aspect we really need to think about is what kind of social structure underwrites this so-called village. When you look at sites like Pestansur, for example, with the central building with tens of individuals of a certain age set and attributes being collectively buried in a certain part of the community. When we think about villages, again, in the traditionalist, ethnographic, Orientalist perspective, we think of very different rituals, okay? We really lack still, and there is a very good reason why we lack it, a definition of what the Neolithic household or households actually were. We tend to limit our imagination to the nuclear family usually, which is, you know, as research increasingly shows, it is a way outdated concept.
Yeah.
We sometimes we can't, if we are going into the so-called ritual, you know, habitus that binds these communities together, all these rituals that are supposed to enhance social cohesion or avert, you know, collapse or define the identities of these communities, who they are as opposed to who they aren't. We really need sometimes a leap of imagination to begin, you know, envisioning what these might have looked like. And sites like Western Sur provide, and many other sites all over the region, provide useful reminders of how limited our archaeological imagination is until it is actually challenged by new data. Okay, so all things considered, I think it would be probably useful to do away slowly with the term village and stick to a bit more neutral terms like settlements or co-resident communities. I don't know. I'm sure people will continue using villages until the end of time.
And I think village is also loaded because we have all the modern day villages and so on. So when you say village, you instantly think of a fully agricultural village, and so that imposes that on that, which I think it's another term that we don't. And I agree that, you know, of course, and then we get into really silly terms where we have many words instead of a common term. But, you know, I guess, again, I have a very inchoate, obviously, idea of what village is and what would separate it. But it's just, I think I would call, even as vague as my idea is, a place like Western Sur a village where people have come together, they've planned this community, they have a memory of the buildings, they rebuild them as a wonderful building. And then they've got these workspaces. You know, I mean, that's a cohesive, organized social unit that have that investment, whether or not they're farming or whether they're not, that some portion is more mobile, they have that core investment. Whereas a place like Holland, I mean, which, you know, at least somebody was there year round, because we know from the fauna and the plant remains, I don't see it in that same sense. It was, you know, 200, 300 years and everybody got up and left. They worked really hard at holding it together, but it didn't cohere. So somewhere in between that, if you still wanted to retain a term of village or some sort of understanding of the kind of relationships that Frank was talking about and you're getting at, of that cohesiveness, that collective motivation to keep that group together, to define that group as different from another group. I think there's a useful concept, whether we call it a village or a banana, you know, you know, why not? But I think there's a useful concept, and it's part of what's going on as we track this trajectory from these early roundhouse communities into these, you know, settlements with the rectilinear architecture with a much more invested nature in maintaining that. So, you know, I don't care what you call it, but I think it's an element of what's going on here that is really critical to the trajectory and the developments that we're seeing.
No, I then look at all these stone vessels, all these beautifully engraved objects, and I think this also took a long time to put together. And you wouldn't start carrying them around in the landscape in a backpack. You know, would you like a stone vessel? You know, they are also identity markers. I can see what you mean. You know,
I mean, again, you get to places where you then draw limits, which is where my problem is with domestication. Is, you know,
maybe
this trade or is it that trade?
Idea. Maybe he has a little
but
Western Sur mega site.
Yeah, well, or just recognize the fact that we have a trajectory in the nature of social cohesion and social relations that take us from the kind of, and I think it's quite important and quite heavily expressed in Holland-Chemie. I think that feasting and so on is driving a lot of the changes at Holland-Chemie, including potentially the management of the pigs. But I think it certainly ramps up, and I think that that's an element here that we, and this is coming from an archaeozoologist, I think we focus too much on what people are eating to a certain extent, and not what they're believing and how they're cohering, and what that investment in the management of resources is actually trying to preserve. And I'm pleased to see us begin to think about that social sphere a little more.
I could just chip in on Best and Sur. You know, I mean, this very special building with the burial of the dead. Sam Walsh and Amy Richardson will be talking about it later this week. But you know, what's very striking about it is variety in what's happening to the dead as they're disposed. Quite complex, you know, multi-stage episodes of things going on with bodies. Some are fully articulated single primary burials. The vast majority are not. They're partial. They've been curated. Maybe they've been buried somewhere else and brought to this final place. So I think, you know, I mean, you could say in a way, other people who are permanently sedentary are dead people, but in a sense they're not, because they clearly can be moved around as well. But actually, I have on my desk a box full of petrous bones and teeth that Sam has pulled out of our samples last week, which we're about to send off to Lundbeck for ADNA and hopefully some isotope work. Human remains, yeah, all human. About 30 of them, which you know, fingers crossed, we'll get some really interesting results out of that. Some very preliminary work that Ron Penhassi did, which hasn't been published yet, showed that initially there's indications that the Best and Sur population is quite mixed genetically, and that it's got sort of genetic linkages to the highland zone to the east, but also up to the northwest into the steppe and beyond, which is really interesting. You know, potentially people are coming from quite far distances and ending up being buried either partially or completely in this special building.
And it'll be really interesting to see if there's a difference between males and females in that, whether it's brides moving in, and maybe even isotope work, like the kind that Doug Price and folks have done on residential isotope, and looking at migration that way. But it's interesting.
I think it's not so much a surprise if if we have people coming from different places. I think, you know, the idea that these are not solidified communities, but rather ephemeral and transitory ones, where you have groups of people who are not very large, their life expectancy is not very long, their life histories are subject to all kinds of changes and accidents and vagaries of life. So you don't necessarily have generation after generation after generation of the same people in a place. And I think it's if you think more like what I used to see with the pastoral people, the camps were more or less the same sizes, and the people worked together collectively, but they didn't stay together. As the seasons changed, they also changed camps. And it wasn't until they had draconian authority invested in chiefs and the government that people could be kept in one place on a non-voluntary basis. And I think we might better think of these early sites as ones that are much more transitory and ephemeral and changing. And even if you have a built structure, it doesn't mean that someone else can't use it the next time.
Okay, thank you very much. If there is no more common discussion, so we would like, Belinda, you want to say something? No.
No, not me. I've said my piece.
Okay, so let's end this session and today's presentations at all, and thank you very much for your participation, and see you tomorrow at around 9 o'clock. So our first session, as you have in the program, will be begun at 9:10 at Copenhagen time. So thank you very much and have a good time. See you. Bye.